Hello, everyone. I am RexRed, and today we are here in my studio. We are going to work on Ultra Scenery 2 today, and I'm going to just demystify some of the misconceptions, and at least a couple of them I think I created myself in the last broadcast. And so we're going to work on trying to get to understand really how to use Ultra Scenery 2, and if it's right for you, if it is something that you can use for your own. Will it work with your computers and all these kinds of questions, okay? So here we are. Without too much introduction, we're going to go here into Ultra Scenery 2. Let me clear my throat a little bit. And okay. We're going to bring this up a little bit more, because when I start to mumble, that's when it gets really quiet. And okay, so what I have learned about Ultra Scenery 2, and let's make sure that, I'm quite sure that it is that the first thing I told you was that Ultra Scenery wouldn't probably work on your computers. My first impression of using it was that it, just like Ultra Scenery 1, that it is very prone to locking up your computer. But, you know, so is Daz. Just Daz alone. All you have to do is put enough stuff in the scene and Daz will just crash. Any program will crash if you ask it to do, ask the computer to do something it can't. And just think about it like this. Remember when we had those old calculators and the calculators went up to like 15 digits? And if you asked the calculator to give you the sum of like 80 quadrazillion times 80 quadrazillion, the calculator would just kind of like shut off. It would just, it couldn't, you know, it tries and it says, well, just one moment, let me think. And then it tries, and then it just completely runs out of memory because it can't compute something that big. Well, this is what Ultra Scenery, that's the way Daz is. Basically, you can try to bring 40 figures into Daz and just keep loading them in and loading them in and loading them in, but that doesn't mean it will render. That doesn't mean your computer can render it. So that's the thing, is that welcome, people. Welcome. Pat, welcome. This is going to be a fun tutorial because we're going to go in depth into Ultra Scenery 2. And so that is today's video. And so you're going to learn a lot about Ultra Scenery 2 from my perspective, my point of view. And what I'm going to tell you all from the very beginning is that awesome. I hope you really do. So yeah, this is going to be really fun. Now, the last time we all talked, just a moment again. The last time we were here, I told everybody that I had some problems with Ultra Scenery 2, and it crashed my computer. And then I told you something where I said that it's much harder on your computer than Ultra Scenery 1. And this It can be if you said it wrong. But actually, Ultra Scenery 2, because you build it gradually instead of like where you just pick all these choices and then it creates this gigantic scene that your computer just gets overwhelmed by, because you build it piece by piece by piece by piece, it enables you to make stuff even on some of the weakest computers, okay? So Ultra Scenery 2 does actually allow weaker computers to make stuff, okay? Because it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't render everything in this big, gigantic chunk and then throw it into Daz. It allows you to gradually, so the thing is, if you buy Ultra Scenery 2 and you learn how to use it, then you will then you can maneuver it. Yeah, yes, right. Well, this is what I'm saying is that I had a 1080 also, Pat, and I used Ultra Scenery, and it always did. Like, I'm going to tell you something that's very interesting about Ultra Scenery 2. Now, with Ultra Scenery, you there's this thing called culling, okay, camera culling, and this is the first time I've really heard the term culling. I just used, you always just said, select the camera. I just didn't realize that it was called culling. But what it does is your camera only is going to view so much of the scene. And so what's going to happen is, yes, well, I think you were the one talking about a 5090. Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to wait and you want to get the 5090. And if it doesn't work with your computer, then build the computer around it. Then build a new computer around the 5090, because that 5090 will take you way, way, way into the future. Okay? So, but there's also another kind of culling in Ultra Scenery 2, because when you have these roly-poly hills in Ultra Scenery 2, okay? In Ultra Scenery 1, if you had like roly-poly hills and then the hills kind of drop off and they go downhill, well, Ultra Scenery 1 would put grass all the way down the hill, even though you couldn't see it, even though it was out of view. Well, Ultra Scenery 2, you can set it to cull. There's two different kinds of culling. One culling is where it creates like the V, and it only shows what your camera is looking at. And the other culling is where it's behind, where the grass is behind the hill, and it would set, and you can turn that on so that it won't put thousands and thousands of pieces of grass that you can't even see in the scene. Okay? So right there alone makes Ultra Scenery 2 workable. And I'll tell you, Pat, I did a ton of stuff. Apparently, if you use Ultra Scenery 1 with your 1080 Ti, you obviously own it, okay? Well, I'll tell you, you can get Ultra Scenery. You can use Ultra Scenery on a 1080 Ti. Well, I don't know that it's a 1080 Ti, but you can use Ultra Scenery on a 1080. I don't know if you have like 11 gigs of memory, but I made a ton of scenes with my 1080 with Ultra Scenery, okay? So, but yes, it does bog down your computer, and you just have to learn. So, yes, Ultra Scenery has made improvements, and a lot of it has to do with the workflow, so that you can decide how big of a piece of land you want and all of that. So let's dive into it here, okay? And let's start working with something. So 128 is the lowest resolution that you can choose, okay? And when we click Ultra Scenery, okay, so what we've done is we've created a piece of land, all right? And this piece of land is now, a lot of this I've learned about, okay? But it's stuff that I've always done anyway. But what I would suggest is let's put some kind of figure in the scene. And that is so we can zoom in and out of the scene, and we can also know, like if I put a sphere in the scene, you're not going to know how big that sphere could be, the size of Washington Monument, you know. And so you just don't know how big the sphere is. So the best thing to do is to put a figure. And yeah, the Genesis 8 figures and Genesis 9 figures, that some of them are short and some are tall. It's like, what's going on here? But they're all pretty much in the ballpark of how tall a human is. So that's all right. Let's grab this guy here, this Theus. All right, so, and let's put him in the scene, okay? Yes, we are going to go in depth. I've spent a couple of days learning Ultra Scenery 2 for you all, okay? And so what I'm saying is that Ultra Scenery is actually easier on your computer than Ultra Scenery 2 is easier on your graphics card than Ultra Scenery 1, because you can set it to gradually, okay? Where Ultra Scenery 1 just puts all this stuff together and dumps it into Daz, where with Ultra Scenery 2 you can put this in and then turn it off, and put that in and turn it off, and then you can put that in, and in the end you don't even have to turn it all on. You just click render, and the render turns it all on when it goes to render. So there's it's really actually geared for all kinds of computers. It's geared so that you can use it if you have a kind of weak computer. Now, 8 gigs, I don't know about that, but 11 gigs, you should be able to do something with Ultra Scenery 2. Okay, so we're still waiting. Where is our figure? Did I actually bring him in, or what's wrong? Where is our Theus? Maybe I didn't put him in. Let's try again. Okay. So what we're going to do is, so this is what I'm gonna show you some stuff here about how to kind of Ultra Scenery. When you put this giant piece of land in the scene, you have really no conception how big it is, because we're right in the middle of it, okay? And so we've got to be able to kind of zoom out, all right, to look at it. Now, if you watch what happens, it's like, okay, Ultra Scenery usually does this. It shows up, comes in above the land. But if you'll notice, in some areas, it looks like it actually touches down to 0. So what you have to do is you have to bring your character. I wouldn't move him left or right or ahead, but I would move him up, okay? Just so he's standing on the ground like this. Doesn't have to be perfect, okay? But, of course, I've got to make it perfect. So just so he's standing on the ground, okay? Let's put some pants on him. Now, he's a Genesis 9 figure, so we'll put some scripts. I've got some underwear for him. All right. So, okay. So this is Theus. And, all right. We're going to create now a camera. And we're going to create the copy, the active view perspective. And then we'll double click and we'll call this zoom in. Zoom in camera. And then what we're going to do is select our ultra scenery. And we're going to click this little square here. All right. Let me turn on my little mouse thing. So, okay. We'll hide that. Now you can see when I'm doing stuff here. So now when I click this little square here with the plus in it, it zooms us out. Okay. So we can see the whole piece of land. Okay. Now the Ultra Scenery 2 allows you bigger land. Okay. Now the original Ultra Scenery was 64 meters by 64 meters. And so I believe that's like 64 of those little squares that are part of the measuring thing, those little squares. So I would say it's a little bit bigger than this, because I don't know that that's quite 64, but it was, so this might be 64 by 64. I'm not sure. This kind of looks like about the size of the Ultra Scenery. But as you can see, when we start this Ultra Scenery, we have this choice here now to make the land smaller. So yes, it says 64. What about if we go 22? Yeah, see, you can make the land smaller than what Ultra Scenery had, okay? So you have some choices here with this. Now, if we go back to, where was this? So we'll go back to 64. Now, this is the original Ultra Scenery size. But you see, I could go 22, 25, 20, and you can set it to whatever size you want. What I really wish was that we could like have the land start here and go out. But it really doesn't matter that much, because if you want to go bigger, it's only going to see what's in front of your camera, okay? So if I want this to make it bigger, if I need bigger land, I would just go maybe 90, okay? And we go into 90 here. What did I just change? Width, okay, 90. And then you have more land, because it's only going to see now. We have this zoom out camera. Okay, let's zoom out. All right, let's go back to 64 again, because I don't want to overdo my computer either. 64. So this is the original size of your, and this is what the legacy content, the old legacy content. Welcome, Ed. Welcome. You are just coming in at the perfect time. We are working with Ultra Scenery 2. What you've kind of missed is that Ultra Scenery 2 is on. If you guys have kind of weak computers, and I'm not insinuating anything, that Ultra Scenery 2 is made for weak computers as well, because of the way that you progress through it. And like I said, you could put 100 figures in the scene. It doesn't mean it's going to render. You could overload Daz in many ways, okay? So the thing is that, but if you gradually work with Ultra Scenery, you can get a fairly good scene. Now, I mean, all of you should be able to load this piece of land in, okay? So what we're going to do now, we have a zoom in camera, and now we're going to click and create new camera from the perspective mode, okay? And this one is going to be called zoom out camera. Oh, we got to switch to it, okay? Well, I don't think we have to switch to it to rename it, but come on. It's not letting me do it. Okay, there we go. Zoom out. Camera. All right. So now when we click this camera, we can zoom in to the center of our scene here. Okay. And when we look at this camera, we can zoom out. Okay. And just so you guys can see this wireframe. Okay. This is how fine the resolution of your mesh is. Now you could come into Ultra Scenery 2. Again, you have to select it. You have to select Ultra Scenery up here. And I'm not too good at this stuff yet, but what we have to first do is save a location. So we'll browse, and let's call this Ultra Scenery 4. We'll go up, create a new folder. Ultra Scenery 4, select that. Okay, so you have to create a folder to save all your maps and stuff in. So when we get down into here, we see we have current camera culling. Okay, now this Iray preview, this is something that Ultra Scenery 2 didn't do. You know how like in Iray you couldn't see anything? You couldn't see your plants, you couldn't see a lot of the trees, you couldn't see. The only way you could see them was in Iray was when you would was in Iray. You couldn't see them in texture shaded mode. Well, that has changed, okay? Now you can see your plants and you can see where things are located, and they give you all kinds of options for people with weak computers. Yes, you can use billboards. The point I'm making, 3D Madness, is that you can put so much that it's not just Ultra Scenery. You know, Daz doesn't crash because Daz isn't program. It's got bugs. Daz crashes because we put too much stuff in it and we expect too much from it. And that's the thing. So I'm saying that you could put 100 figures in Daz and it would crash. You know what I'm saying? We can put too much stuff in, just like Ultra Scenery can try to put too much stuff in Daz, and then it gets too much for it to compute it. That's the point I'm making. So what I'm saying is that as you gradually build your Ultra Scenery scene, you can put too much in, or you can put just enough so your computer can handle it. And that's why with the old Ultra Scenery, it would you'd click the land, you'd click the environment options you wanted, then you would click if you wanted water, and then you would click, and then it would just dump all of this stuff into your scene, and you would be and then you couldn't move, you couldn't move anything, you couldn't change anything, you couldn't do anything. This is a very different workflow where you can just turn on one plant or turn on the trees or turn everything off and just slowly, gradually kind of work on your scene and say, oh, I can't put the daisies in, or my computer, or you can turn all of that stuff off, and then right at the last minute when you click render, it turns it all back on for the render anyway. So that's the kind of thing, so that you can work with the scene and not have it so sluggish and slow. And I mean, right now, I'm looking at this in wireframe. Now, there's a way to come in here to our yes, much more control over what's being seen and how much it's taxing your system, so that you can work with it and create things and not have a massive kind of mess. So now right here where it says resolution 128, okay? Now when we look at this resolution here, if I go up to 256, now you see what that just did? That just made the land really, really fine. And it goes up to 512. So right off the bat, and now this is so fine, I don't even know if my computer, yeah, my computer can, but it just doesn't even look. Now if I go into our zoom in camera, we probably still, yeah, can barely see the, so even this to me is still not really fine enough to put footprints in here. So yeah, this isn't fine enough for footprints. So maybe to put a little bit of distortion to look like if it was sand, like there's a little bit of a ruffling of sand. But this is not fine enough to put footprints. So you'd have to lay something in here to give it footprints. That's another video. I've done that before in other videos where I just created a little plane and I just stuck it in here and then pushed all of this down and created footprints in the sand and made the plane very, very, very fine. So okay, but if you really want land that looks very, very smooth and everything, and remember you can put sub D on this if you want also, and you don't have to, as long as you're not going to be trying to shape it and create little sculpt it and do things into it, you should be fine with, now we go back to ultra scenery with it at 128. Now that's the lowest you can go, okay, but this again at 64. Now see, so this is what all we've loaded in here. We don't have any plants, nothing. You see, this is the difference between Ultra Scenery 2 and Ultra Scenery 1, is that we start out with our land, okay? We start out with the land, and we bring that into the scene, and then we can come in and kind of shape the land. In here, we go into here, terrain, maximum altitude. Let's go 100. And then we go minimum altitude would be, what, 50? What did I just do? Well, let's go to our zoom out camera. Okay, and there's the center here. So I just made it really, really high and low. So, okay, let's go back to our zoom in camera. Zoom in camera. What did I do? I think I just did some. Okay, so what we do is we just click this Theus and zoom in on him again. Now it's obviously up here above him. So what we would do is just now go back. This is where this kind of stuff, like messing with this terrain, is stuff, you know, there's no other things in this scene, just the terrain. So you go to Ultra Scenery and you just kind of mess with it. So let's try 75. This will definitely, okay. Minimum altitude. Oh, I see I have the minimum altitude at 50. It's supposed to be minus 50, okay? It's supposed to be below 0, okay? And then, but minus 50 is like a lot, okay? So what we would want to do is go like minus 25, minus 20. Okay, and we still have it going up high. The problem why this doesn't look kind of right, okay, is because of our land here. So we just change the seed, change the kind of style of land. All right, and now instead of going up to 75, let's go to 50. See, this one, the maximum altitude, is how high the land goes, And I'm not sure why this is responding so weird. Okay, but let's go to 20. Okay. All right. And now we have our minimum altitude is minus 20. Let's go 5, minus 5. And this is still very strange. Okay, this is because now, so eroded hills. So we just change the seed. Let's go into Iray, or at least texture shaded mode, because it's like just impossible to see what this is. Let's just go to texture shaded mode. Okay, so we can kind of see what's happening here. And as you can see, the way the map is, it's placed him in the middle of the mountains, and then the low part happens to be over here. Well, you just change the seed. Now we're going to go look at this from the front, and we'll bring it up a little bit like this. Now we just change the seed, and it will change the mountains. And every time you change the seed, now let's bring this, let's, instead of 20, let's go to 15. Okay. So what we've got here, and as you can see, it would be really nice to have him down in here looking up at the mountains, kind of. Welcome, Chris. We are going in depth here with Ultra Scenery 2. And the good news, I assume you probably have like a massive computer setup. But the good news is that even people with 1080 Ti's and all with 11 gigs or whatever, they can use Ultra Scenery 2. Okay? And so it's because of the way it progresses that you can decide what you want to do with it, because it allows it because of the way the workflow with it. And so now you have your computer has a 1080 Ti in it. So, yeah, you can still use Ultra Scenery with a 1080 Ti. A 3070, I guess it ain't in the Stone Age. Yes, you can. So you can use this with a 1080 Ti. I used Ultra Scenery 1 with a 1080 Ti. You just have to, like I said, you know when you make a scene that you don't start the scene by putting 20 Genesis 9 figures in it. You know that your computer can only handle so much. That's the same way with Ultra Scenery. You only put as much as your computer can handle into the scene. So you don't make the land ginormous, because in this version you can now make the scene, like you can make the land bigger than you could in Genesis in Ultra Scenery 1. Now there's an interesting thing here. You can do zero the edge. See where it says zero edge? And what you can do is you can bring the edge down. Now let's take a look at our zoom out camera. And you see what this has done? This is zeroing the edge. Notice when I turn zero edge on, now we go back here to Ultra Scenery 2. We turn off the zero edge. And you see that's what happens is you end up... I have two 1080 Ti's for sale. Yeah. Yeah, I was there, and I did tons of scenes with Ultra Scenery with a 1080 Ti. It was very, very difficult, but you learn how to turn stuff off so that you can work with this and work with that and work with this and just barely slim by, and I used to I rendered 2 characters, 2 Genesis 9 figures almost all the time with a complete ultra scenery scene. And it was very, very difficult because it would slow down to a crawl. It would crash a lot. And like I said, it's not crashing because Daz has bugs in it. It's crashing because I was just expecting it to do too much. And when Ultra Scenery Accelerator came out, that was a huge game changer because it would take me sometimes up to like 40 minutes to generate a scene. So as far as we've gotten right now, and you can see where my little camera is, and this is where my figure is right here. He's standing right at where the center of this scene is. And there is my camera. So at this point, you can see this is where you can zero the edges, where it brings this edge. And why that is so weird, because this plane here, at least in my reckoning, is where 0 is. Why it's not there here instead of there. Now we go size. Okay, now this is how much it zeros. Okay, so it does 25% on the edges. Okay, so now let's zoom back in again. So we've zoomed out, zoom in the camera. Again, we have 2 cameras. And so what we do here is now we start messing. I'm going to bring now the maximum altitude again. Let's bring that down to 5. You know, the old one was like 4. We'll bring it down to like 4. Okay. And then we look around. Okay. And we bring the minimum altitude. Let's bring that to 0. And now it's starting to kind of look like a piece of land. And remember, I brought him way up in the air. Am I not supposed to see Art? Did Art come in yet? Yeah, where is Art? Where are you? Okay, you're not supposed to move the ultra scenery land, okay? I don't believe you are, or else it will put the plants in the wrong place. Okay, so we're going to just set him down here. Okay, and he's still above the ground. But now we have a piece of land that looks kind of like a piece of land. All right. So the next thing you do, now you have to select Ultra Scenery 2, and you have and then you can go into this tab and manipulate it some more. So now this is really cool because you can just, every time you, now this is the preview density. Okay, so it, like when it starts to put the plants into the scene, you can decide how much. Right now it's set at 10%, so it's going to show you the whole forest because it's set at 100%. But all the litter and the grass and the field and stuff, they're set at 10%, so you can kind of get an idea what they're going to look like in your scene without it bogging your scene down. Now, this is another thing that we didn't have, and I'm going to turn on Iray preview so that we can see all of the plants and stuff in Iray. Okay? But we're only going to see 10% of the field, the litter, and this, I think that is like these little kind of shrubs, and the waterway, and all the density of all of that. Waterway, which would be, I believe, all the rocks in the water and stuff like that. So this is kind of like a valve that allows you to set it so that you don't overload your scene too bad. Now we're gonna save this scene file. Save as scene. We'll call this Ultra Scenery 4, I think. Ultra 4. Where are we saving this? My Daz Studio renders, exactly. Ultra Scenery 4. Save this. In Filament preview, it's I don't know yet. That's a very good question. But I would assume that since it shows up in it now shows up in texture shaded mode, that it's probably going to show up in filament mode as well. Okay, we're gonna experiment. So ask that question again once we get some biome in our scene. Okay, so all right, because that's a very, 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 very good question. Thank you, 3D Madness. Okay, so now we go into our terrain preset. Now, what you can do is you can use a preset, or you can, now I haven't gone into all of this stuff here on the terrain here, because we can use the terrain preset, which I think, okay, now this terrain preset just decides whether if you're going to have a plain piece of land like we have now, or so we would have none, which is what we have now, or we could have a river. Okay, so it doesn't put things into the into here. It just gives us it changes our terrain. Okay, so we have a river. There's river 1, 2, which is a smaller river, and river 3, which gives us a little road beside it. Okay, and which is nice, a little path beside it. And then we have river 4, which is a path on the other side, just in case you're ambidextrous. And here we go, river, this is track. Okay, track doesn't have a river in it. And this is changing our map. Okay, so we have to go back into the map then if we want and change these settings. It's changing this, but we can still come back in and say, let's bring this down to -5. And see, that kind of brought it. So now we have some roly-poly hills and all. And this actually, now we can even see our mesh now. We could actually get him closer down to actually being right in the center of the scene, which I kind of like. So we can bring him down a little bit more. Now we could tweak this a little bit. You see where there, I think, is this around the center of the scene. So but we could tweak this now, this map, and just say, okay, 0.5 minus 4.8. We're at 0.8, and just bring it up, keep bringing it up until it like kind of touches his feet. 0.9. What did I do? I just deleted that. Z. Okay, 4.9. Oh, that we're going more. Okay, so we've got to go minus 4.3. Okay, so 4.4. Anus! Welcome, people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's go 4.5. We are working with Ultra Scenery 2. 4.5. Let's see. Okay, that's close enough. So that brings that land pretty close to center right here. Okay? See, this is something we couldn't really do in Ultra Scenery 1. We couldn't really kind of just get wherever he's going to stand. We couldn't make it fit. Welcome, Anus. We have a nice troop of people here. Like TROUP, I think, TROUPE, I think, I'm not sure, like, of people here. So a very nice group of people that we are all together here. So, awesome. So now so you can change where the land is by just dickering with this height and height aspect, the maximum altitude. And so I could go now maybe 8 on this. Now it's going to bring it up, okay? But then I could go to -6. And so we'll have more -8, okay? Let's go 8. And you see now we have higher hills and lower peaks and valleys, and that road goes way uphill. So, but, and we can then also come in here to the width. And if we want it to be a really long, big piece of land, we could go up to 100. And it just did it. Now we go back to our zoom out camera. And we want to zoom out on the land, not on the camera. Okay, so I just switched that to 100. Let's go back to 64. See, so we can choose the size. See, so all of this stuff that I'm doing right here, this you could do very easily on a 1080 Ti without any kind of issues. I don't believe any issues at all. Awesome, awesome, Crypto X, welcome, welcome, welcome. All of you, welcome. Thank you for showing up here. So, yes, so you can do all of this with a 1080 Ti. So far, okay, none of this just this piece of land, none of this is going to tax a 1080 Ti. So we're back to 64 here, and this is our zoom out camera. Now we go back to the zoom in camera where we should, now I keep doing that, zooming out with my zoom in camera, but we just click on Theus and zoom back in again, and here we are. All right, so I usually like to do things from the front, but now what that does is it shows me that the back is kind of boring. So what I would do now is go back into Ultra Scenery and just mess around with this map here. And the way you mess around with that is by just coming in here to the seed and just playing with the seed a little bit. And look, now we got something interesting here, okay? So all of this works, and and I'm going to want him in the road, okay? I'm not going to want him standing here. And in the road, it's kind of flat. It's going to be sort of flat, like about here. He could be standing. So I'll move him over there at some point and then move my camera to work with it. But that's where you'd logically have him in the road. You could have him standing beside the road, but usually you have them walking in the path. That's kind of a given. So you don't move the land to where you want it. You move him to where you want him in the land. But you just try to kind of bring the land up as much. So as you can see now, the land is kind of low in there. So I could just kind of tweak it a little bit. I like the background because there's kind of like a hill here. So there's now remember, there's going to be trees on this hill. So there's quite a bit, and you can set it so that it's like jagged, and so that the land you've got noise and scale. See this kind of thing? You can add noise. Erosion scale, there's like a lot of erosion. Let's take the erosion out. Can you drop it to the floor? You can move the floor up. See, by just going into see this minimum altitude, you bring the minimum altitude like to -7. And you see now the land is a little bit, if I were to move him over here, he would be pretty much around the floor. And you want to do that because there's a strange thing coming up, okay? And that is water, okay? So let's because water is very strange in Ultra Scenery too, okay? And remember the last time I put water in here, there wasn't it didn't create, we got a perfect place for a pond here. So if we were to just go back to none here, let's see, we still have the same land, but we just don't have, and so, yeah, well, the actor is about at the floor, okay? So the actor is standing right about at the floor. Do you see this this here? I don't have a plane in here to kind of demonstrate that, but he's right about at the floor. And so now we go into Iray here and see what's going on. Yes, he's already at the floor surface, but this surface is a little bit, it has a mind of its own. It's kind of wiry, and it's so you still have to kind of move him, I mean, to this, you have to move him to the place where you're going to want him kind of in the scene. Now there's a possibility of generating the scene, and once you're sure you absolutely, and I don't even know if that will work, because once you click on, at the end where you click on render, then it populates this map with all your stuff. Okay, and it renders. So it doesn't, so render is like a way to make sure everything shows up, and it all shows up for the render, even though during your Iray preview or your texture shaded preview, it's not here. But when you click render, it all shows up for the party, okay? And so so you can't really move, I don't think, move this land. Because when it goes, they all show up for the party, they're going to think the land is where it's in a different place, okay? So you cannot move this land around. At least that's my understanding. You know, a lot of this is going to require testing, but I'm just going to take an educated guess that you can't move the land, okay? So you're going to have to move him to where you want it. Now, you don't want him way out there, okay? Because, so that's where you have some settings where you can kind of say, well, let's just make the land kind of go to his feet. So we go -7. How about we go -7.5? A little further. And you see, there you go. You're at, he's on the land. So you kind of tailor the land to where you want him to be, and then you have all kinds of other tools to move. Like if you got a plant coming right through his foot or a tree right in the way, well, you have to, then you got other tools to fix that stuff and replant the trees around in a different order and all of that kind of stuff. So that was another very good question. So he's sitting on the floor. Yes, he is. The character, I don't know that he's at 0, 0, 0, but he's pretty close to it. Like he's only at 2.5. We could hit that at 0, but he's at 0, 0, 0 now, okay? So he, this is, and it looks like, if we come in, which it's okay to do this, I guess, it looks like he's standing right on the ground. Now he's a little bit above it, okay, so I could take this ultra scenery here, And, you know, it's like you can move your figure. I mean, you have to move your figures because you don't have, like, if you put two figures in the scene and they're both kind of in a room together, they're not going to both be standing at 0, 0, 0, okay? You do have some play before the eyes go black. You have some play in being able to move them reasonable amounts in your scene. Don't be too afraid to move your characters away from 0, okay? And there's just, you know, if their eyes mess up, you can just come in here to the render settings and you go to this was optimization, and you just switch from memory, and then you go switch back to speed, and then go back to memory, and their eyes fix for a while, okay? So it fixes them. So that's, if your eyes go black, you just switch these around. Go whatever you're set at. If you're set at memory, then switch it to speed, and then switch it back to memory, and the eyes will be fine. So that's how you kind of fix that. So, but leave him at 0, and then just move your land, select your land, and then go into your Ultra Scenery 2 and use this minimum and maximum value. So now that's still minus 7.5. Well, we want it a little bit less, so we'll go 7.3. And now one of his feet are touching the ground pretty much, okay? Yeah. So yes, it is good to know. That's good that you helped me make this clear. Okay, so now one of his feet are touching the ground. Well, we haven't even got him in a pose yet. So we don't really know where you know, how he's going to be standing, okay? But obviously he's standing on a slope, okay? And that's kind of, you're kind of stuck with that the way it is, and so you just have to pick a pose, and once you get him in the pose, then what you can do is just kind of move his pose, like if he's walking or something, move his pose so that one foot is down and the other one, the knee is bent up a little bit and the foot is bent and kind of behind him, so it looks like he's kind of walking on a slope and trying to balance. You have to kind of work with the scene to some degree, but not every time it's going to be like this. If I generated the land 100 times or 10 times, I don't know how many times it would take, eventually I could get him in a place that's flat, okay? So you just come in here, you have, I think, close to 1 million seeds. Okay, these eroded hills, and this, you got noise, you can add seed, you can smoothen the land, you can make the land really kind of stick out, and you can make it, like right now, if I go into this gamma, notice how what the gamma does, it takes the, but that just threw off now my low and high, okay? So then I have to take and come in here. Ted! That is Theus. That is very good. Very, very good. We are using Theus today. Welcome, Ted. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So now we can go back here. When you do a change here, so you kind of get your land set the way you want it. And the erosion scale, like this, I'm not sure, because mix strength, and now this is going to be the mix between your noise. You could turn off noise and just use the eroded hills, and then change the seed. Every time you change it, you're going to get a different seed pattern for this, for your land. And once you get the land that you kind of like in behind him, and so we'll turn the noise back on, and we got this open simplex. We've got cellular. That's kind of neat. Cellular noise is kind of cool. And we change the seed on the noise. And eventually what'll happen is we'll find, And you can look to it and say, okay, well, this looks like it's flat now below him, okay? But all of the interesting land is in front of him now, okay? And you can't rotate it around. So we can scale the cellular so we can make it even smaller, like down to 0.1. This cellular pattern, what have I done again? I've selected this, okay. And I'm not sure, but it just went gray, okay. So it's like of no effect really. And we've got the gamma, we bring the gamma up here. So I think we have to actually have more of a scale on the cellular than 1. Yeah, and so these are blending together. See, these mix strength is how much it's mixed into, they're mixed in together. This is 37%. I kind of like this one a lot because it has more interesting stuff going on here. So, but I'm looking behind him, and now those are pretty interesting formations. They're just not up high enough, okay? So once you get kind of the formations that you want, and you can make them jagged, you can make them look, and the more, if you want, you can come into your ultra scenery and you can add more geometry to it, where you could come in here and go to this resolution and go like to 512. And once you switch, that's going to put a lot of geometry into that. Now you can see that there's more, that the noise and all of these things are coming into the geometry. We're still at 64 size, okay, the width. We've just changed the resolution and given it a lot more resolution. So when you start messing with these seeds and all, that you're going to get some really interesting depth to it. But the thing is, the grass is going to cover all of this. So it is just, there's just really not a lot of reason to go to that resolution. So, but you have to, now you can put a height map in here. We're not going to deal with height maps today. But if I bring this gamma up, you can see that it's making the black kind of blacker, and so the more contrast there is, the more low things are going to get and high things. The noise scale, we just mess with these until now it's all happening on the other side of the map. Why is it always happening there? But we can just change the seed, okay, and it'll start happening on this side of the map. So if we change the seed, we can get it in behind him now, okay? And just let's find something that looks like, this, right, these things here, this, and the modifiers, we have erosion. Look at this, erosion, iterations, okay? And distance. All of this has to do with the ground, steep limit, okay? So we go, that didn't change much, but this would, I guess, as another kind of smoothing. I don't know. I think disposition is also smoothing. It doesn't appear to be changing it that much, and it's obviously way below him. But that's the last thing you do, is you kind of find your land that you want, and then you come back up here to your settings, okay? So we're going to go here, instead of -7, we'll go 2. And that almost brought it up. And so if you don't want to bring it all the way to 0, then you can just go 9 here, and that'll bring it up some also, or 10, okay, 12. See, that will also bring it up, but it looks like we might have to bring this up to at least 1. Yeah, so 1 is too much, so we go minus 2.5. Let's see where that brings us. Oh, that's 4.5. Well, that's enough, okay? So it looks like he's kind of standing on, well, he's not. 2.4 2 minus 2 point. Oh, this would be more. So it would be 1.4. 1.4. And this is pretty close, you know. So like I said, it doesn't matter if you just drop them down a little bit. And now there's another ultra scenery. I don't believe it does use AI. Not currently, no. So it uses algorithms, okay? It uses numbers, it uses math, and that's it. Specific, it's geometry math, okay? It's like all of the things like mixing together two images, like how much they mix together, erosion, you know, which would be, it's all math. There's no AI at all in this yet, okay? So no AI in ultra scenery. No, it's all algorithms. All so this is pretty cool here. Now what we do is it looks like he's pretty much, now I could zoom in again on his feet and we'll find out, but this is what you can do. You can bring the ground up exactly, and it's obviously he's above the ground here. So what we do now is in 1.4, let's go 1.1. And it looks like we just kind of nailed it. Pretty close, okay? He's going to be in a pose. You're not going to get the ground perfectly flat there. So, okay, so I think we're going to move on next to water. Okay, save this. Let's save this. So we've got kind of like our, I like to do this just to give you guys a kind of a tip, and gals a tip is that what I do often, okay, as soon as we're done saving, is I usually like to have my land. Yeah, I have spent probably a year in ultra scenery working in it, okay, worth of time. I love ultra scenery. Now the thing is that just a little bit of a tip, notice how I've picked a piece of land that has, you know, a hill here and a hill there. I did that on purpose, okay? You kind of want to do that because you want a sunset here. you want something interesting. You want to be able to see something beautiful in the sky here, and you don't want a mountain right in the middle, okay? So just keep that in mind when you're creating your land, to kind of go, if you want jagged rocks here or whatever, and it could be just smooth here, and then you could pick like Ultra Scenery XT and throw that in the background, okay? But even if you put Ultra Scenery XT and there are mountains here in the background, you still want the mountains to kind of come down and you want them to curve up, okay? Just a little tip, a suggestion, okay? Just so then you have another layer of your sky to come through. Now you could do a kind of, what is that called? Fibonacci thing, where you could, where I have, you know, I don't have him in the center. I could, you know, put him right in the center, and that's not like or your golden, what are they called? Golden third guy. See, he just happens to be right at the golden third here. Yeah, see, yes, you can do something like this, right? That exactly. It leaves you some room to do something else with this, okay? So just, and now the golden third here, where you could, like, if you throw things off, then you could put your sun over here, and then you wouldn't it wouldn't matter if you had a mountain here, because you're throwing off your scene purposefully, okay? So just keep that in mind when you're setting up your scene, to kind of think about it and say, well, you know, I just want to leave a dip here so that I can have, maybe like what Pat suggests, is to have a C here, a little bit of a C. Okay, and so just keep that in mind. So this just a little suggestion to kind of dip things like that. All right. Now we're going to go now, and we're going to play around with the water. I don't know that we're going to have water here because it looks flat enough, so he would be standing in the water. And the only way we could have water is if we moved him back a little bit. All right, so, but let's see what happens when we bring water in here. We just kind of ignore the fact that he's here. Let's pretend that we're just creating a lake scene, okay? And let's see what happens when we add water. So we're going to select Ultra Scenery because that's what's next. The next thing of the modifiers, we pretty much dealt with all of the land. There's a ton of things with the land, okay? And you can play with all that, okay? But I think I went over a good portion of it. Now, the Ecology preset, we haven't picked one. And then there's water. So now what happens is you can, this is the material that's on the ground, okay? This is what we've picked for material. You can change the material. So it doesn't look like it changed much to me, but it's supposed to change it, I guess. There, that looks like it changed some. And then we have this material as well, okay? So we have these materials. Now, the Ecology presets, I think, are going to change the material if you pick an Ecology preset. Now, the Ecology preset is going to add, I believe, a bunch of ecology to the scene. What's nice is that when it adds the ecology to the scene, it doesn't, like, throw it all in, okay, and, like, leave you in this kind of mess. It puts it in the scene, but it turns it most of it off, I think, except for the trees. Okay, so let's go here. Let's first go with water and turn the water on and see what happens. And this is going to turn this. Okay, well, it did better than I thought it was going to do. But look what it did now. See, it gave us these little pools, and the problem with this is because I didn't give it much depth, okay? I set this, we didn't give this, so our pools of water are going to be very shallow because when I set our depth here, we're at like 1.1 below 0. And that's not, and the way this is set, now I can raise the water level, okay? But it's not going to, notice how it creates, when I turn the water off, this, like, it's like a berm around the water. It's like a coastline kind of thing around the water. It creates that. Now, when I turn the water off, it's gone. Yeah, well, let's see what this looks like in Filament, okay? It's not going to really matter. It's going to look just kind of dull, okay, in Filament. The test that we're going to see is when we put plants in here to see whether if the plants show up in Filament, okay? So it's just going to look kind of, like I said, dull, okay? And you can't really even see the reflectiveness of the water right now. But keep reminding me, 3D Madness, because once we put plants and trees in here, that's when we want to test to see what it's going to look like in Filament, okay? The thing is that you're not going to need to rely on Filament to like so that you can work in the scene. You rely on you'll see that you use Ultra Scenery, these things here, when you get down into here, okay, and your layers, you use Ultra Scenery to, like, stop the glut, okay? Yeah, it doesn't really. You can make your scene completely without Filament, okay? And the reason why I say that is because of the tools here within Ultra Scenery where you can turn everything off except the grass. Or you wait till you see, you can tell Daz, this Ultra Scenery will tell Daz only show 25% of the grass. You see? And so if you're only showing 20, you don't need to have Filament on just because it's only going to show 25% of the grass. And Filament didn't really show Ultra Scenery plants anyway. So at least that from my experience, it didn't show. The only way you could see them before was now that's Ultra Scenery 1, was the only way you could see the plants was in Iray. And so you were just constantly going back and forth between texture shaded mode, which didn't show you any plants, and between that and Iray. Now you can see them in texture shaded mode, and so you really don't need Filament, and you can set how much you want to see them. You'll see this all. So we're at the water level here, at the water part now. So what we can do now is with this Ultra Scenery, we can just go in here. I'm not going to stick with water long. Okay, in fact, I'm going to probably turn it off. But see this water level? It's at 0. What if we bring it up to 1? Okay. Now that was a lot, okay? Just bringing it up 1 to 1 meter, okay? So we go back to 0.1, okay? And you see how that brought that up? Now let's go 0.32. And you see now it keeps pushing our coastline. It's got a very thin coastline here, but it keeps pushing the coastline. So you think, okay, well, if I bring it down to, let's go to 0.3, and it's just going to bring the coastline over here. See this little coastline it creates? It creates it as you move the water up, 0.3. See, now the coastline is even further back. So he's fly fishing. So I just wanted to show you, and now you can set the depth of the water, and I don't know that the depth really matters a lot, but if you don't want to see the rocks through the water, and so you could set the depth up. Now the depth of the water is 2 meters. We could go to 0.5 meters, and you should be able to see, right now we don't have any pebbles or rocks in the water. We don't have any stones around the edge. We don't have any of those things that that Ultra Scenery creates. So, but let's go back to the what was it, 0? And I don't believe you can go below 0. I don't think. Okay, let's go to minus 0.5 minus 0.5. Now it would appear, okay, let's minus 0.1. And so, okay, we still have a little bit of water showing through because this part of the map goes below 1, all right? So you can go below 1. You're going to find out that working with water is just a little bit where Filament is not as good as Iray, but Filament has its strong suits, okay? Where it shows you your HDRI in the background, and so you don't have to go into Iray, and Filament allows you to move things around. Filament has its use, okay, but I don't think Filament is going to be a necessary part of a necessary thing for Ultra Scenery 2. I think your texture shaded and your Iray are going to be probably your favorite kinds of things. So why don't we leave the water on, okay, just for the heck of it? so that we have some water in the scene. So when we put in our plants and stuff like that, that we can, our biome, that we can see how it works with it. So let's save this. And now the next thing we do is we add a biome to it. And as soon as it's done saving, that saved pretty quick. Now, ecology preset. Now, we only have so many. We have grasslands, oaks, and woodland. This is it for right now. You can still use the legacy items, and I'll show you that last. So, but we have, let's go with the woodland. And now this is, if you're going to remember, this is when it goes boom, 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 and it starts like adding a ton of stuff to your scene. But what's really nice is it's not going to turn them on in your scene. It's just going to add them to the scene and leave them all turned off except for the trees. So it's not going to slow your computer down to a crawl where you can't even, switch out of Iray. It's not going to do that to you, okay? And that's why, again, this is really amazing. So that it doesn't completely overwhelm your computer. We're going to see some trees here, but we're not going to see, and it's going to cull to the camera. Now, I don't think it automatically culls to the camera when you, until you render. So I'm not sure about this. Okay. I think it does actually if I click on Iray up top. And so if we have Iray selected, so it's only going to put stuff where this zoom in camera, and I don't think I picked the right camera. Now look, see, you can see some things happening because it's like it's not here, but it's there. Okay. So now we have this Iray selected up here. But what I didn't select, it says current camera. Okay, I didn't select Iray preview. So now it's going to try to show that, and we're going to use our zoom in camera. Okay, and so now this is what we get. Okay, and it's only showing us the trees. So this is workable. Okay, even on and the only place where it's putting the trees is here. Okay, now if I move the camera over, I believe it would populate the trees there instead. It's kind of dynamic how it changes this. So now we can come down into here and we can look at what did it put in. So the only things that are turned on right now are the aspens and the river stones. We have 305 river stones and river logs. It put the big things in that there aren't. If it didn't turn on the road pebbles, we don't need road pebbles, okay? So we can just delete them right out of our scene because we don't have a road, okay? And we don't need this stream side grass. Well, we do have a stream. So we have river stones, river logs. We have grass and aspens, and we can have daisies too. So now this grass, what we could do is turn the aspens off, turn off the river stones, and turn off the river logs. And that allows us to possibly see how this grass works if we could turn it on and have it not like lock up on us. It's only going to put the grass in front of the camera. Okay, it's not going to put grass anywhere else. Now, if you notice, it's not completely covered with grass. But if we render it, okay, let's go to our render settings. Let's go here to 1000. Oh, and we click render. I believe it's going to be covered in grass. Not completely covered, but so it's only showing us kind of like that, hey, there's a bunch of grass here in Iray. And that's another thing that enables you to work. Yeah, see, Filament is not going to, Filament isn't necessarily faster than texture shaded mode, okay? Filament is not always faster than texture shaded mode. Now you see this is the render, and you notice there's grass everywhere, okay? You see, so what for people with, and 3D Madness, you got your head in the right place, because this is what a lot of this tutorial is focused on, is helping people with slower computers to use Ultra Scenery 2, okay? But the way you do it is within Ultra Scenery 2. So as you can see, that when I cancel this, all right, this, see how like there's grass everywhere? Okay, there's grass even all the way up this hill, okay? And there's grass everywhere. And I'll tell you another thing is, like, when you go in here, you close this, all right? Now if I, yes, but notice in Iray, there's not. It's not, it's all patches. And you see, and I can come in here so that I can kind of see the grass, but not have it like so. And then I can select this grass here, which is here, the grass, and I can come down here and say, I don't need that many instances. You can even put fewer instances, and watch. So I go with the density here, and it takes a moment here, but now there's, instead of 17,000 pieces of grass, there's only 55,000. I mean, instead of like a million pieces of grass, there's also, it says backface culling. You see where this says backface culling? Before in Ultra Scenery. So what I'm saying is use Ultra Scenery use this as your filament mode, okay? Where you don't have to have everything turned on at the same time. You just and when you're done kind of playing with the grass, then you go to the river pebbles, okay? And you turn them on. And if you say, well, there's just too many damn river pebbles, you know? And now the river pebbles, you're going to see these river pebbles, and you see they're all under the river. And they're around the edge. You see this kind of gray line? That's your river pebbles, okay? And you could say, well, you know, there's just too darn many river pebbles. So you just come down here, and you take your river pebbles, and you go to your density, and just bring them down a little bit, so that your system can handle it. It's a whole different kind of ballpark now, and you see it looks a little less gray around the edges. But there's your river pebbles. And now when we can go. Now what I don't really understand is when you lower these amounts here, does it actually lower it in the render? Because remember, now took the grass. When you click render, this is all going to come back, but does it come back with a million and pieces of grass, or is it going to be 44,000? Let's look and see, because we should see kind of like patches in the grass if it took a bunch of it out. And so now it says a render layer. Okay, so this is set for the render layer, and then we've got preview layer. You can't use Ultra Scenery in any other apps, like in no other apps like Photoshop or anything else. Now look at all these river pebbles. So yeah, we got, now everything is here, all the river pebbles. It looks like it did make the grass patchier. Okay, it's not quite as much grass here as there was. So yeah. Now let's do an extreme example of this. Okay, cancel. Yes. Well, it looks like there's about 44,000 pieces of grass here. So let's just go way down with the grass. Let's go down to, let's select the grass. See, we have it turned, now you see this, where this camera here, if you click on this camera, it won't show in the render. Okay, now this little eye, the eye with the eyelash, okay, that means don't show it in the preview window. Oh yeah, you can save a scene as a JPEG. Well, you could save it as a PNG once you render it. Yeah. You can save Ultra Scenery scene for other apps like Photoshop. Yeah. Once you render it, because that's what this render is. And once it's done, you can save it. It's going to come up and it's going to save. A PNG is better than a JPEG, okay? The PNG is going to save at 10-bit, I believe. And JPEGs, especially if you have like a noir, like a black scene, where it's all like that kind of noir look, you won't get a good noir look with a JPEG. So always save your, always save your Daz scenes as a PNG, okay? Not as a JPEG, okay? So always, you can't go back and bring back the bit depth and the color that a PNG has. A PNG is much better. Daz outputs these PNGs as the very highest quality PNG you can possibly have. So, all right. So yeah. So you want to save it. So when you cancel this, and it's when you're all done your render, yeah. So when you're all done, you just give it a name, and it will save it as a .png file, and you can open that in any program. See, this is ready to export. There's no background or anything. So. But, okay, so we're going to go back in here. Your questions are very, very good. Very good, 3D Madness. It's good to have somebody helping to kind of make this even more extensive and all. And so, and thorough and critical. So let's, I like critical things. I like getting really, like, right into, my friend Angus, I think I tire him because it just because I just go on and on and on about things, getting into every last little detail, and it's just the way my brain works. It's just I like to go into detail about things and really kind of think them out to the very last iota of knowledge. So now this grass here, so let's bring this grass density down and see if this happens. Does this actually bring the density down? Now, okay, we can turn the grass on in the render. I mean, in Iray, okay? So we can decide. Now look how much less grass there is. And let's bring it down even more. Now we can see that's going to be even less as soon as it refreshes. Come on. There it goes. Okay. So there's even less grass. There's only 24,000. That's only 24,000 pieces of grass here. So how, I don't know. I can't even imagine that stuff. But yeah. And this culling thing where it says backface culling, that means that once it goes over the hill, it doesn't put grass there because you can't see it. Now the old Ultra Scenery used to put grass all the way down the hill. That's another reason why your computers would mess up, okay? So there's just another reason why you should be able to use, like I used Ultra Scenery. Yes, it is doable. Yes, it is. That's what I'm trying to say. And when I first came out, and I added all this stuff and I turned everything on and I cranked everything up high and my computer crashed. It wouldn't even render. And then I came on here and I said, you guys, don't buy it because, if you can't get Ultra Scenery 1 to work, don't buy Ultra Scenery 2. And I was wrong. That's Ultra Scenery 2, there are so many tricks to get it to work. Now let's see if our grass, I don't know that it actually turns it off in the final render, just because we lowered the density here. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Now this extend forest, that just puts a bunch of trees in the background. Yeah, see, this still looks like a lot of grass here. So I'm not sure that it's actually thinning the grass out in the final render. It's thinning it out so that, oh, my system sounds. I think if I turn this down, hey, I think if I turn, yeah, that's better. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be turning it down in the final. Well, it does look kind of patchy up there. Let's bring it back up all the way again to the density. Let's bring the density all the way back to 1. And now we should see this like fill right out. Okay. Yeah, it was 1,024,160. 1 million pieces of grass. It doesn't look like, it still doesn't look like it's showing it all here. But we go into the render. Now these are instances, remember? So the only thing being sent to your renderer is one piece of grass. Okay? And all these instances are like rotated and resized and everything, but they're all the same piece of grass. Now, the thing is that I'm seeing tall grass. I'm seeing different pieces of grass. I'm seeing different stuff here. And what's going to, the top of this hill. So it does, yeah, see, this is a lot thicker. And I was seeing like splotches of grass. So it does cut the grass down in the final render. And this is more than that because, like, okay, we have the daisies. They're turned off, but they're on for the render. This grass, there's more than just one instance here. Sigmund is sitting on the fireplace behind me. So watching over my shoulder. Yes. I don't have him right here. Thanks. Sigmund is very happy that you have acknowledged him. So I'll bring him closer the next time. So when you turn on the grass here, it's probably turning on like different kinds of grass. Like you're going to have your regular grass, and then you have your grass tufts, and then you have the long pieces. So actually what's being sent to your render is about 3 or 4 different types of grass. Like one, the seed instance that everything else is being using. So because when I turn off this grass here, so you can't see it in the render, then all of this, you could see there's tall grass, there's little pieces of grass. I don't know that these are just resized, and one instance that's resized. I think that they're actually different models. Like these look like a different kind of model than these pieces of grass. And there might even be a couple of different, like just the small grass. So when you add these ultra scenery biomes, they can be comprised of several like seed pieces that get turned into instances. So now, okay, we got to cancel this. Cancel this here. I'm lucky that I don't have to hold you guys up so much that that my computer is so fast that I can just go into Iray. You just see so many people on Daz, and they don't want to show you, they don't want to render in front of you because they're afraid it's going to take up so much time. Luckily, my computer, well, I'm rendering it at 1,000, you know, so it's not like a big, huge image I'm rendering either. So now, so this is the way you do it. So you kind of look now these aspens here. Okay, let's go into the aspens. So now we're gonna go just kind of being funny. So we're gonna now we're gonna grab this and we're gonna thin them out. Okay, and this does work. Watch what happens, because we don't want this many trees. It's just blocking our scene. Okay, so, oh, that's the grass. We still have the grass selected. Okay. Let's try it. Let's leave the grass on for now. I think I'm going to bring the grass down some. Just, we don't need it that much grass. Okay, so we're going to turn the grass off. We're going to click on the aspens. Now we're at 0.5. Let's bring the aspens down quite a bit. All right, and we're going to thin out the forest. And see how that works? Now we go to our render. What is the resolution in the US? Is it 4K? It all depends on your phone. Your viewing device. If you have an HD TV, then it's HD. And if you have an HD phone, it's HD. If you have a 4K phone, then but then it depends on what you're watching. If you're watching the latest Netflix movie, it's going to be in 4K. But if you're watching the latest, but if you're watching something like Columbo or something from way back, it probably wasn't even HD back then, and what is the resolution in ultra scenery? Is it 4K? Ultra scenery can go up to 13K to 15K. It's almost, yeah, it can go up to. It all depends on what you set in your render settings. Okay, it's extremely high. So, okay, so notice how the trees got thinned out now. So we got some room for a sky. So would you like to cancel this render? Yes. Ultra scenery is scalable. So when you go into your render settings here, and if I just change this up to 10,000, we're at 1,000 right now. We're at 1K right now. But if I go up to 10K, all right, and then I click render here, all right, then we're going to have ultra scenery in 10K. Well, it's going to spit out a 10K file, not 4K. We're not, I thought, I was wondering about the US part. I was thought, okay. And it's like, I know you're not from like the UK or something, because you mentioned something about being up in northern Maine. So, yeah, I try to remember my people and your details about you people. I love you all. So that's why I do that. I remember. That's what being human is all about. And so it's going to take a while before it paints the first iteration of this. It may not even do it, but I think it will. And this is a 10. So we're going to render this at 10K. Okay. So it's scalable, all depending on. Because the resolution of your plants and all of the things look at this. They're very, very, very high. Look at the resolution of this birch tree. See, so yeah, this is 10K right here. Okay, and it all depends on just your render settings. Okay, and you can look at this and say, that's not shabby, okay? This is pretty nice even at 10K. It's still reticulating. This is only one iteration so far, and that's not bad for one iteration. Once we get to 3 or 4 iterations, look at this. Look at the resolution of this. These rocks. Yeah. So whatever you want, you can set this, and it's going to look fine. It's going to look really, really nice at whatever resolution you set it at. And the same for this guy, because just his skin alone is at 4K. You know, his face and neck and all these probably are all at 4K just for those. So yeah, he's going to look good at 10K as well. And so you look at these rocks here. Look how beautiful this is. And it's, you know, I mean, we're only up to iteration again number 2. We're still at number 2 iteration. This is an all-night render, and probably by tomorrow morning, it would only be at about 600 iterations, if that. So, but this will reticulate so beautifully. And, you know, no, it's not. Good evening, Eve. Welcome, 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 welcome. We are working with Ultra Scenery 2, and I am explaining. Now, don't ever think that all of a sudden I've done deals with Daz and I'm trying to sell Ultra Scenery and all this stuff. I've never contacted them about selling products or anything like that. So, yeah, well, Edward, this is going to take a while for this to reticulate, okay? It's going to take a long time, but this is going to be gorgeous. And right now, we don't even have our HDRI, you know, like a beautiful HDRI casting in sun rays. We don't have I'm going to cancel this here. We don't have any kind of mist like a VDB and everything. Ah, you bought it yesterday. Well, this is what I'm doing is I am going to be showing how to use it. And what I'm explaining to everybody is that it even if your computer isn't super fast, like I think I remember you saying something like you had a 4080, I mean, or something like that. So yeah, this will be very fast for but it's easier on your computer than Ultra Scenery. Okay? So now I haven't turned everything on in here, but as you can see, I was able to just by sliding down the slider, lower the amount of trees. And you say it says aspens. It calls them aspens. But the last I checked, these were birch trees. Okay, they're not aspens. These might be aspens here, but this is a birch tree. So just because it says aspens, it's actually a mix of trees. Okay, so that's what you have to kind of conceive in your mind. Oh, you have 2 4090, Edward. Very nice. Very nice. I think I remember you telling me about that. I'm not sure, but I think I remember you telling me that you and that you were the one who said that you would just buy a 5090 when it came out. So yeah, well, I can relate to your yeah, dual 4090s. I hope you didn't try to put them in what do you call it? In NVLink mode. Don't buy NVLink, okay? Because they won't link. And even if you put them in NVLink, it doesn't do anything. Now, it might do something if you work with AI, on the forefront of AI and trying to create AI things and all that. I don't know, but don't fall into the trap of trying to use NVLink. NVLink doesn't work. Microsoft clobbered NVLink and decided not to support it, and it just doesn't work with anything. So yeah. I have a 16 1600 watt power supply. I bought it a long time ago. That's what you want to do. Is if you're going, Eve, if you're looking in the market for a power supply, don't get 1,000 watt one, because eventually you're gonna need to buy another one. So you want to get. I have a 1600 watt. Mine's called, I think, an Atlas. I think it's something like that. Some kind of Greek god of some sort. Just go out and just bite the bullet. Wait till you get one on sale and get a. You have to look at the rails on a power supply. You have to look at how many volts are in each rail. Yeah. So the best thing is to just get like a really, really, really good one, like a really good power supply, and it will last you for years and years. Power supplies take a long time to wear out. So, and it will bring you into the future, and it will power everything. I have probably close to, 200 things hooked to my computer right now, and they're all being powered by that power supply. So, yeah. The thing is that you have to be careful because your wall power, you have your 23090s or 24090s, purring away inside your computer, and then you try to run the vacuum cleaner or turn on the air conditioner, and you blow a fuse. You have to keep going down in the cellar and tripping the fuse. You have to, 1500 will do it. Yeah, was it Hercules? It's Hercules. Yeah, what is this one right here? Oh, yeah. This is it. This is the power supply of all power supplies. It says out of stock. Yeah, no wonder. This is it. This is the power supply of all power. I'm not saying that what you have on a dedicated circuit. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, or you just have to. It has to be. It can't be your regular kind of house wiring. So luckily, my apartment was wired because they were going to switch. They were going to rent it out for businesses, and they rewired my entire apartment building, entire apartment. And then when they realized how expensive it was to rip out all the wiring and change all the wiring and run it down into the cellar, down 2 flights of stairs, they 1 flight of stairs, but I'm on the 3rd floor. Figure that out. No, 2 flights of stairs. I still can't figure that out. That I'm on the 3rd floor and there's only 2 flights. Okay. So, but this is the power supply to buy. Okay, if you can get this right here, or what Edward suggests. I'm not saying it's the only one, but Roswell or whatever is the best, is up there with the very best. It will not fail you. Roswell, let's see, power supply. Let's see. I don't know that they have any more. I think power supplies are very hard to get a hold of, and I don't see them anymore. Let's just Google it. Maybe Amazon has some. Here it is. Roswell Power Supplies. You might have to go right to them. About Roswell. We came here for power supplies. Maybe they don't make them anymore. I bought mine like 4 or 5 years ago. But at 16, and I don't think I paid that much for it. I got it on sale. But the thing is, what I'm saying is just don't buy a power supply. Don't buy a power supply and then have to buy another one. Nice. Very nice. Awesome. Let's see. Power supply. Those are 2 words. Here we go. Okay, EVGA, lowest price, $314. Yeah, this would be fine. And what is it's nice is you want to get these modular ones, so you only have to plug in the wires that you need. You don't have to plug in too much junk. This would be just fine. So yeah, I would. I don't think I paid more than $200 for mine. But yeah, of all these right here, I don't think I would buy any of these. The only one I really like right here is the EVGA one. These ones look. A Corsair is very nice, but yeah, for $500, $600, yeah, $800. I guess I'm lucky. I didn't have to pay $1,000 for my power supply. This is a Cooler Master. I've never heard of them. So I would go with the EVGA, but you have to watch it because sometimes they cut corners, but I don't think EVGA would do that. And it says save 35%, 10%, free shipping. Yeah, I think I paid around $200 for mine about 4 years ago. So yeah. So yeah, power's the power supply. You got to I wouldn't go any like what Edward. I wouldn't go any less than 1,500 because you want to grow into it because eventually, Eve, you're going to want a 5090. So, yeah. So, and then you're going to want to plug your phone to it and your printer and everything else to your computer and you know, just plug in everything and have 4 monitors running and every, you know, I could just go on. And I've got this big gigantic USB bus plugged into my computer and it's just full. It's got like 8 different USB things plugged into it and Wi-Fi mice and Wi-Fi keyboards and my Stream Deck and all kinds of stuff. External keyboards, like little teeny mini keyboards, all plugged in. I have 3 tablets plugged into my computer. Yeah. So you really want to go all the way with the power supply. Yeah, I'm going to wait until the 5090 comes out. And, you know, that's the thing is I don't think Edward paid that much more for his 4090s than I paid for my 3090s because, I mean, they were selling 3090s for $5,000 on Amazon. So, but I only paid a little under 2,000, a little under almost 2,000 for mine for 2 3090s. So, yeah, I got scalped. And one of them came with like an 800 watt power supply, which was like, sorry, I don't need it. But the thing is I got it like $200 off because of the power supply. They threw the power supply in. And so I ended up giving it to somebody else. But, so, because if I didn't buy the one with the power supply, then I had to buy the scalper one, which was like $500 more than the one with the power supply. So, yeah, because it was a bundle, bundles. So, yeah. So, this is what's really nice about Ultra Scenery is that you can kind of work on things in piecemeal, like these layers let you, so the river stones, okay, now the river pebbles, like that's way too many river pebbles. I'm sorry. So we just bring the density down on the river pebbles. So we're selected here. And we go bring the density down on the river pebbles. Okay, come on. You know, down to a little bit just to make it into it. So we're 1,017,480. Okay, so now we're at 76,000. That's not too bad. That's a little better for the river pebbles. So you can just kind of dicker with the program, and it does take them out of your final render. And these river pebbles happen to all be over here, which is kind of weird. Now, okay, I'm going to undo that. Now, what I'm going to do is show you something here where we turn all this on. Let's turn the grass on now, and the river stones and all of these. Everything's turned on. And then let's take a look at, let's go to our zoom out camera. I believe you can resize them. Now, as you can see here, where is my... Okay, we got to go out of Iray mode. Now, this would be a good time to do Pat's test with... all right, now everything is on, so this is going to turn into this huge drag. So I'm going to have to at least turn off the grass or something. Let's wait until it maybe comes back. Okay, Ultra Scenery 2, come back. Come back. All right, let's turn off the grass. At least give me a little bit of headroom here. The river pebbles are the ones that are kind of taking up everything. Now you see you have scale here, so yes, you can, and you also have seed, which just kind of like rearranges them all, and so you have like 1 million different seeds, and I'm not exaggerating, there are like 1 million. And so you can change the seed, and then it will just rearrange them in a different pattern, and change the seed again, and it'll rearrange them in a different pattern. So, but like seed 500 is always going to give you the same pattern. And like seed 800 will give you a different pattern, but if you go to seed 500, that will be the same pattern. It'll regenerate them the same, and you go back to 800, then it'll regenerate them the same as the 800 you had before, which is kind of nice that you can depend on that. So let's see what happens when we try to move this. Okay, it's barely letting me move this. Now, if we go into, let's say, can we move it in filament mode? It crashed. Okay, so does filament mode work? Maybe, but it didn't that time. So the thing is that filament mode is filament mode was made by Google, and I don't know that Google is actually actively like updating. I have to drink some water. It's okay because I'm not really making a scene here. I'm just kind of going through here to show you the different, if I can get down through all of the different aspects to it from my perspective. Okay, scene, what is it? Open recent, Ultra Scenery 4. I don't know when I last saved it. I think I saved it after I brought the trees down, but I'm not sure. It is getting warm in here. Yeah, I did save it, but I don't know when I saved it last. So we might have to go back a little bit, but that's okay. That's all right. That's all right with me. Okay. Now it's not showing any trees, but I think there are. I just might have them turned off. Or it may be before I put the biome in. Let's go here. All right, why aren't you showing me Ultra Scenery 2? You're supposed to show me. Oh, that's XT. It would help if we had the right thing, and I don't think I put the biome in yet. So ecology, nope, none. So let's try a different ecology. We'll go with oaks this time. And like I said, it's going to put everything in, but the only thing that'll be turned on is the trees. So it's not going to just lock you up instantly, okay? So that is another big help, so that you can kind of set things up in piece work. And try out the trees, try out the grass. And the problem I did was I tried to turn it all on at the same time. And then I tried to go into filament mode. But we're gonna do that again. It's probably just was a particular fluke at that time to try, because I had everything turned on. I was had the memory kind of maxed. And then I tried to turn on filament. So it's probably, filament does probably work. So let's see what we have here. So now I don't see any trees yet. That should show us some trees. Okay, we should get some trees. There they are. Look at this. It changed our land a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, and we got a few other things turned on. We got 65 oak trees. Let's see what happens when we render this. We got to go back to, let's save it. I'm going to show you some other fun stuff. There's still, yes, exactly. That's what's next, Pat, is we're going to go into mixing. We're going to be mixing, what are they called? These are going to be called legacy ecologies, okay? And classic content it is. It's called classic content, not legacy. So, all right. So now, so what we're going to do here is, now we have the oak trees turned on. We're going to check our render settings. Make sure it's not like at 10,000. No, it's at 2,000. We're going to go at 1,000, so it's a little even smaller, so we can render it quick. Okay. Now we have a fallen tree, leaves, and we have grass, the grass, and river pebbles, road. Okay, I think I don't know that I have even water turned on. We're going to turn the water off. Okay, so now we can just get rid of our river stones. So we can come in here to our, now it's all of a sudden, I turned the grass off, and so now it's found more room to put trees, actually. Okay, so, but what we're going to do is these river pebbles, we're just going to delete them. We click here and say go away, river pebbles. And the river stones, those are even, well, we're going to get rid of those. And we're going to get rid of the river logs. If there's no river, we don't need river logs. And this stream side grass, we don't have a stream, so we don't need stream side grass. Now the reeds, they follow the river too also, but I think we'll just turn them off. Oh, we're gonna get rid of the reeds. All right, so we'll get rid of the reeds. And now we have too many trees. So we go here to our oak trees. We have too much grass also. We have grass selected first, so let's bring the density of the grass down to a little over halfway. We're at 1 million. Now we're at 76,000. All right, and The oak trees, let's bring them down. We just want a couple. Now, I assume it puts more than just oak trees in here as well. There's other. So we'll bring it down even, get rid of a couple more. All right, we got a piece of land here. Now, if you don't like where they are, you just click the seed. And it might let me. Oh, there we go. Every time you pick a seed, it'll move that tree in a different place. That's nice. Okay, so we'll save this. And now, even though these are turned off here in our render, see, the only thing we have turned on is the oak trees. I mean, they're turned off in our viewport. See, this is for the V here, but they're turned on in the render. So we'll see the grass, the fallen leaves. Now, these fallen leaves, what we can do is this affinity thing, where we can take the fallen leaves, select them, and go down to affinity here. And it looks like the oak trees there's already an affinity here. Let's edit these and see what they look like. Attract, okay. So the leaves are attracting, and they're a 650 distance from the large and the medium oak trees. Okay, so that means the leaves are going to attract 500, what centimeters was that? Centimeters, 650 centimeters. So from the center of the tree, these large and medium ones, we have, I think, 2 medium ones and a large one. And so the large tree will go here, okay? We select attract and the leaves, and it's oak tree, the large oak, and the medium oak, and they were both attract, and they're both at 850. And the fall off is like when the leaves start to kind of thin out. All right, so we have that. Now 850 was our amount. Then we go back up here. We go to our grass. And now the grass we want to repel because we don't want grass growing right through the leaves under the tree. So we come down here and see where it says affinity here. There's no affinity here. So what we want to do is select the grass, add an affinity. Well, I've done something wrong here. Maybe I have to have it turned on. All right, let's refresh this. Let's refresh that. Okay. So you can see the grass is growing right under the tree. You don't want that coming through right through the leaves. Can we do this? What's wrong? All right, we're going to try this again. Okay, all right, we're not in Iray, so. Why won't it let us do the grass? Let's lower this amount a little bit more. The grass. Come on. All right, now Let's just change the seed of the grass. So it just arranges them in different places. See if that does it. No, it's not letting me change that. Well, you should be able to repel the grass. Let's turn the trees off. Okay, maybe it'll let us do it with them turned off. Well, this is strange. Now, if I select the oak tree, I know that's not the way you do it. Now it's going to let me add an affinity. That's not the way you do it. You select the grass. I know that is not how you do it. Let's see what happens. Base grass. Okay, let's try it. Let's say repel. And we'll go 600, 650. I know that's not right, but let's try it. I'm like sure it's not right. Let's see what happens now when we render this. So you don't want the grass to come right up to the thing. You want the leaves to be under the tree. And then you want the grass to, and I don't think this is going to work. For some reason, it's just not. I know it's not. You're supposed to select the grass. So now the trees are just gone, okay, because I did it wrong. See, and this is all that affinity stuff. Something's like completely messed up now. So yeah, that's not how you do it. But sometimes I think if you do it the wrong way, then it'll let you do it the right way. So we select the grass now. We come down here. Add. It's not letting me. What if we take the leaf? All right, let's just see how the affinity is working with the leaves. Because we'll see the grass coming right through the leaves. And we may not be able to really detect it, but that's what's going to happen. Grass is very intensive, memory intensive. That's why you want to kind of knock that number down a little bit. Okay, now we should see leaves here. See, the leaves are here, but the grass is just going right through it. This looks like kind of like grass, but it may actually be part of our rock face. This just isn't working. And why is this empty here? So there's something kind of wrong here. Let's close this. Would you like to cancel this render? Yeah. Let's get rid of their affinities and make our own. Let's just delete these. We'll start with the grass. Okay, we'll go back here to the grass. And okay, minimum altitude. This is what's wrong here. Okay, is 5. We want the grass to go to like -1. All right. That's one problem. Is the grass. Yeah, the empty parts yeah, we kind of used that as water. For some reason it said, because you don't want the grass growing out of the water, All right, so for some reason it remembered that setting with the water. Very good, Pat. So now we select the grass and we should be able to add an affinity, and it's not letting us. I don't know why, but let's reset this. Let's take a look and see if our grass is there now. It should be. It should be. So I mean, this is just really a fun program now to use. I would recommend using Ultra Scenery 2 over Ultra Scenery 1. But the thing is, Ultra Scenery 1 does have its kind of uses, but I think I'm always going to use Ultra Scenery 2 now. And I'm going to show you how to bring in other stuff. Now, this isn't still not completely. It's better than it was. So I might need to even go down minus further. All right, so let's go minimum. Because I think my land goes down. Let's see how far our land goes down. I think it's -1, but I'm not sure. -1.1. So it's a little more than 1. Okay. So let's go down to put the grass down to 2. There won't be any land for it to go to, but let's go to -2. That 1.1 is enough to just make it not show. So that particular part of the land was at 1.1 elevation. So it wouldn't let the grass grow there. Let's see. No, I stand corrected. It's still messing up on us. There's some kind of affinity thing going on with the grass. That's let's try a different biome. Well, if we do, then I'm gonna have to change my trees and all. Would you like to cancel this render? Yes, I set it. Oh, I set it at, okay, -2. Yeah, that's right. Distribution. Oh, this is the mask. I think, oh, I set it at the wrong place here. I think. Grass. Okay, let's turn the grass on and see what it looks like here. And that just added 1,000,000 grass. Oh, now there's a setting. The water may still be trying to claim that area. So I think if we go in here to water, where it says visible, we turn that off. Now it's not listening to me because I got too many pieces of grass here. That's what it is. You have to wait a moment. Maybe I have to turn it on, then turn off the visible, then turn it off. Something just happened over here. At the corner of my eye, I saw something happen. So, now we go back. We're going to take some of this density out because I can't deal with that much grass. All right, and We could just try turning it on here. Grass. See what happens. Now, okay. It still looks like we got a spot there. I'm not sure. But let's try going here now, seeing what happens in our render. And it looks like there's still a big spot. We shall see. We'll have fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes a T-bird away. Was that where the water was? The empty parts. It was. It was. Yeah, it's not letting us put grass there. It's like everywhere but there. Okay, what's going on? We're looking at this through... Okay. Cancel the render. Yes, cancel the render. Hello, Kemet. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to our live Daz 3D tutorial. Gosh, this is going to be a pretty scene if we can get it to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lower... let's raise up the minimum altitude to 0. So we don't have that just totally, now we got grass all over the ground. It should move it up. Yeah, it did. Now which camera? We got our zoom in camera. And now we got to turn, okay. This kind of looks about the same. It's just we got to move our character up. And now the grass doesn't have that problem anymore. Okay, so that's what I told you, that the water, you're going to run into problems with the water here in... Now we have to turn off the grass. See, like right now, it doesn't want to do anything. And the last thing I probably want to do is try to put this into filament mode because it will just crash. But it is letting me still do stuff. Like it just takes a moment. If you're kind of patient, it comes back. So we'll turn off the grass and we'll select. We have the grass selected. We're gonna. Okay, these are our layers, the biome. Okay, yes, that's right. Leaves, the road pebbles. Why do we have road pebbles? We don't have a road. Okay, so we get rid of the road pebbles. Oh, this is weird. Okay, so we have... Oh, we select it, and we get rid of the road pebbles. That may have been a problem here, having road pebbles in the scene. I'm not sure. Look at this biome, okay? I think we're supposed to have this set. No, okay. All right, so we're going to just try this, and then we'll bring him up now. Theus. See how nice he went up there, like? Wasn't too bad. We still got our mountains kind of things here. Bring our camera up a little higher. Okay. This still looks about like the same scene, kinda. So the only thing we did was bring it up to 0 so that it wasn't below like sea level, okay? Quote, end quote, end quote. Let's see. So we go to now grass and turn on the grass. We didn't really have to turn on the grass, and I probably shouldn't have turned on the grass. So, because we're going to turn it back off again. And what we'll do is we will go down here and select the grass and then come down here. And we're going to go to our density and bring the density down a little bit more. Now let's see what this looks like in our render. We should have trees. I'm not going to really know if it was the river stones that kind of caused the problem, or whether if it was, because that could have been because we picked a river stone, and that could be part of, not the river stones, the road stones. That could have been part of the road. If we do have a problem, then we just have, no, it's gone now. And these little parts in the rock where it shows the rock through, that has to do with this slope thing where it says something about maximum slope, and I don't understand exactly how that works, but once there's too big of a slope, it won't grow on the slope, and that's kind of what you want a little bit, because you just, you know, lowering the amount of grass there didn't really hurt this scene that bad. But I don't know what happened to our trees. Where did my trees go? Okay, we might have affinity problems here. We got grass. It's still not letting me add affinity. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to take this ecology and we're going to go with none. Okay, now this terrain material is just the color of the ground, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to manually add our stuff, okay? So this biome, we're going to add, and we're going to add now, have I saved recently? Right. This is a good time to save. I think I just did save. Yeah. So because it's there's no asterisks up here, but there, click this again. Yeah. I don't. If you ask me if I saved, I can't always answer because it's so automatic that I don't even think about it. But sometimes I don't save for a long time. And I don't want to have to bring this video back to a halt. So, okay, instead of using this, their pre-made ecologies here, where these presets, where it kind of puts a river in and it kind of hardwires that in, or it puts a road in. If you just don't want a road or a river and you just want ground and a pretty field and all, then, and you can also manually put water in, okay? I'm not sure about a lot of this stuff, okay? But you can just manually grab the things you want to put. And there aren't that many choices yet, but they will get better as time goes by. As time goes by. All right, so we're going to do the Aspen. See, we have a few choices here, which aren't too bad, okay? And they're different. These aren't like they're sections. Like this is the grassland. So, and we have different kind of grasslands. Like we have a summer grass. See, it says spring green grass. And then so that's, I think, the greenest grass. New grass isn't quite as green as the spring. So we'll bring the grass in. Okay. And then it's going to put a million gazillion pieces of grass in here. But we're doing this manually. All we wanted in this was grass, some trees and some leaves. So let's put them in manually like this. And there's our grass, and we'll bring the grass down a little bit so it's not too unwieldy. It's what, 2,076,000? Yeah, 2 million pieces of grass. That's a few too many. What were you thinking, Ultra Scenery? Let's see. Where are we? I lost my place. Okay, this is the grass. We come down here. See this slope and maximum slope? No idea how I know what they do is that's where it slopes on the rocks, and it might have something also to do with the angle, because you don't want a tree growing out of the side of a mountain. You want them all kind of coming down straight down the mountain kind of thing. So there's maximum minimum slope, but then there's also an angle thing here somewhere. All right, so we have the grass selected, and what we're going to do is go into this down here, something further. Where is it? It's got to be closed up. Layer settings. Here it is. Okay, scale, spacing, seed, biome. We're going to do this on the preview layer too, I guess. And we're going to take and backface culling. You want to make sure that's on, so it doesn't put stuff all the way down the back of the mountain, or that's why we have 2 million. Okay, we're going to turn this backface culling on. Come on. That's not working. There it is. Okay, you got to give it a moment to take the. Now it's only showing so much, so you can scale things up or make them smaller. But we're gonna just bring this down a little bit more. Okay, and then we come up here. It's still not done. Okay. Welcome, Art. Welcome, 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 dear friend. And I don't know how many, if I have any likes. It doesn't tell me anymore how many likes I have on the video, but I hope people are able to leave. Thank you. If there's even one like, thank you very, very much. Welcome, Art. We are working, and Art, what you have missed is that this ultra scenery does work easier on computers that aren't incredibly strong than some of the other programs. So than the old program. So it does work actually better. We have wildflowers also. Let's go the forest litter. I think that's forest litter, but then there's leaves. Forest litter. Okay, forest litter, fall and autumn leaves. We'll go with that. See, it tells you the different leaf groups that they've used, the instances. There is also... Oh, there's 13 likes. Wow. Thank you very much, people. Thank you. Let's add these leaves. It's probably gonna, I thought I brought that, it was at 2 million. So, thank you. Kemet had a question on how much RAM does Ultra Scenery use, Rex? Oh, Kemet has a question on how much RAM does it use. It all depends on how much stuff you put in your scene. Like, as you notice, when I put this grass cover in, then I came down here. It doesn't use a lot of RAM because everything is instanced. Okay, so, but I think when you go into when you use Ultra Scenery, remember to do this, people. And I think it has a lot to do with how this new Ultra Scenery 2 works. But when you go into render settings, go to optimization and always switch this to memory. Okay? And what that does, I believe, and I'm not positive about it, but I believe what it does is it allows Ultra Scenery and Daz to use your system RAM, like your Windows RAM, to kind of help with holding some of this stuff, okay? And so sometimes it just won't work if it isn't set to memory. So you have to, and you'll know if it's not working right when you go into Iray and it keeps going over and over and over and it keeps loading into Iray. That's usually a sign that your RAM is too full, but that's also a sign that you need to switch this to memory, okay? And you switch it to memory, and sometimes if you save your file and you go out and close it and come back in, that all of a sudden it'll start rendering and it'll work and it'll go into Iray and do all kinds of stuff. So always remember that when you're working with instances, a lot of instances, you have to set this to memory, okay? So now we go back here. We have the oak leaves. There's, again, 2 million of them. So we're going to come down here. We're going to go do the culling. And so we don't have leaves going all the way down the back of this hill that we can't even see. All right, that's backface culling, okay? It means that if the camera can't actually physically see it, then it doesn't put 1 million leaves down. So now when we go up to this oak leaves, that should jump way down, okay? And then we're going to take the density down of the leaves. We don't need that many leaves. We should see this number like almost cut in half. It's like 2 million. I don't remember the old ultra scenery having this many things in them. Okay, so that's down to 1.8. Let's bring it down even a little more, okay? It's just we want the appearance of leaves. So, all right, and now we're going to add some trees. Okay, so we go back up here. I think I'm going to bring these down even more. It's like 7,000 or 8,000. It should be enough. I don't know. And then the same with the grass. Well, 14,000 is okay. Let's bring this one down too, to like 14,000. Okay. Now the grass, now if you can see, see what I mean about this. Now I'm going to save this, is that you can see, you get a pretty much of a representation of how much grass is in here. It's not a perfect representation, but we're in texture shaded mode. Now the old ultra scenery didn't show you any grass at all in texture shaded mode, okay? No grass at all. Now, we're going to try to go into, and it's probably going to crash, all right? But we're going to try Filament. See, it doesn't work at all, okay? And that's because Google's got to update Filament. It's the technology is changing, and you can't just like put out a product and then just not keep up with it. And so Daz might come out with a and I'll bet that's already been addressed in the forums, that people say, why doesn't Filament work with this? And it's probably already been addressed, and that is that Filament needs to have some kind of update to it. Oh, getting tired. I walked almost 6 miles today. I walk. I get out in the morning and walk. I walk. Thank you, people. Yeah, Filament has gotten behind. That's kind of a sad but true way of explaining that. Yeah, that's a very kind way of putting it. Have I tried large buildings? You mean like building generators? There are some cool Fitbit. That's funny. Well, I have a watch. I didn't wear it today, but I have a pretty nice little Samsung watch that cost me, I think, around $600. Yeah, I don't bring it out with me all the time, but it counts my steps, and it's like, I know you can count them, but I had to actually walk them, every last one of them. Cityscapes, yeah, those are fun. I haven't worked with them a lot, but there are some generators. There's some interesting stuff going on with cityscapes and city generators. Fun stuff. There's stuff that's already out, and then there's modular stuff where you can build. They give you a bunch of different buildings and streets, and you can just kind of put them together yourself. And there are ones that actually generate. They'll take the modular cities and generate big cities, big ones, mammoth ones. I haven't worked. I own them. I just haven't had a chance to try them out. I just the old part of the Bryce part of me just kind of loves working with landscapes. I spent so many years messing around in Bryce that this whole landscape generation stuff, landscapes are really pretty. So, okay, so we have 2 items in here. I just wanted to try. Now, this probably would be a good time to try Filament again, now that everything is, but I'm not going to do it right now. Okay. Once we've had a fresh restart, try Filament again, see if it works. I'm just not going to do it right now. So we're going to, progress. We're going to go forward here. Now we're going to add another thing. We're going to add some trees, and let's see this aspen trees. I think I like these. I think there was some other trees. Let's see what else. These ones, woodland. Yeah, these ones. This is the oak trees. Let's put some oaks in. And now it's going to generate a whole bunch of them and throw them in here. And there's going to be too many. I have PW Productions stuff. Airport Island is a favorite. Airport Island. Now that brings up I think I might have that one too. Yeah. Let's see what we have here. Oh, it's going to be like any day now. Mesh Grabber, was it Mesh Grabber 4, is it? There's something, I don't know what it, I can't keep up with the numbers, but yeah, it's going to come out. That's going to be so amazing. Now, it's supposed to show them. Okay, no, it doesn't because we got it turned off. Let's turn off the grass cover so we can see what our trees look like. See, that's what I like about this is just right here. You can just kind of turn things off that you don't need. And so now, okay, I don't know if we have culling on. All right, so we're going to go backface culling. That means we don't need trees going down the back of the slope. All right, and when they're out of sight, just because they're in front of the camera doesn't mean we can see them. So that's what that backface culling. Now, I thought I turned off the grass, but I guess I didn't. How about if you stay off? All right, so okay, now we're going to lower the amount of oak trees here in the scene. See, it does kind of let you work with stuff because once you get it down to a couple of trees, then you can click this seed thing. I haven't learned figured this out yet. There it is. So you can just keep moving these around until you get them in the place you want them. That one was kind of nice, but let's see what we got. Yeah, let's go with this. So just don't spend too much time setting stuff up here. So now we have 3 things. Let's save this. And now we have our trees. So what we do is we want to do the affinity thing with the leaves. So we take the grass and we go here to affinity. Why isn't that working? Maybe I have to select, no, water. Why do we have water in the scene? I think it's because I turned water on at some point. I don't know. All right, let's see. I think it's because we have water in the scene. Okay, we're going to just get rid of the water. I don't know if that's the way to do it, but we're going to turn the water off. And width. Match with terrain width. Okay, we just turned that off. Now, maybe I have to have it turned on. Okay, biome. On the biome. Yeah. Yes, you can. You just add that to your material zone. I haven't gotten that far. Yeah, we haven't gotten to the pretty part, making it look pretty yet. I'm just trying to, you kind of, you know, if you figure, Pat, if you're struggling with the scene being so unruly, like all of a sudden the grass you accidentally turn the grass on and the leaves at the same time, and you have to wait. You can't even get it to go into like out of texture shaded mode or whatever. You don't want a big HDRI also in the middle of your scene, like taking up, you know, a gig of your video memory. Okay, so the once you get your scene, that's the beauty of all of this, is that you can use it. You can do this on, you know, a 1080 Ti or something. Well, that's very nice that you are enjoying music today. I listened to, I think I listened to a couple of songs today. Yeah. So art, very nice. So yeah, that's the whole thing of this program, of mastery of this program, is being able to. Now I wonder if we move the grass down below the oak tree and the leaves below the oak tree. So I wonder if it has something to do with hierarchy. Okay, so now we take the grass. Can we now add? Look at this. See, that's it. So it has to be below. Now, if we move the grass back, look at this. Now you can. Oh no, you don't want to mess with those. Okay, okay. So we select that. If we move them back up above the oak tree, okay, then we try to add affinity to it. Oh, okay. Prove me wrong. All right, so it might be because I had the water in the scene and it just didn't like that being in the scene. I don't know. This is the second time I've had this problem trying to get it to recognize affinity, but we're going to put the oak tree back up at the top anyway, okay? Now we're going to do the grass cover first. If we can add affinity, this would be nice. Now we want to repel the grass. And let's go 5, we'll go 600. We'll say repel, okay, and we'll get a 50% fall off. And this is for the large oaks. Okay, and we want to add another one in a moment, if it will let us. Okay, and we want this for the medium oaks, another 5, we'll go 600. And, oops, where's the medium oaks? We want to go back here, select this. We want to repel. These are this is the grass. Okay, so now we should see a big section open up where the grass repels. Come on, don't prove me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Okay, that's the grass. Oh, now what we do is we try this, refresh it. Here we go. There, look, we got a big space for our leaves. Look at that. Okay, it repelled the grass. Repel. So, yes, you have to have the repel for the wizard effects. Okay, now we go with the oak leaves. And we're going to add Affinity. Remember, you don't click the tree, okay? Just remember you click the grass or the leaves, not the tree. And then you add the tree as your affinity object of affinity. Okay, so we want to attract leaves, and we'll go with 600 here too. And that's the large oaks. We're going to attract the leaves, and we're going to, for the medium oaks, I guess the small ones don't really matter, attract too much. And then we'll go with 600 also. All right, and now we go back up here and we do this little thing which kind of is like recalculate. We don't even have the leaves on right now, but if we go into render, we'll see them. We're going to get to see what this looks like. Most of my very young life. What say that in a Charleston Hess voice. Repel. That was it. Repel. Grab your guitar and sing us a song. You are very good. I could, but I don't know that my 12 string. It's the only one I've got right here is my 12 string, and I will. We got some fun stuff coming up. So at some point, I just kind of maybe today stick with our. I've only got a little bit more to go here with this. I want to see that these. But thank you very much, Pat, for the suggestion. I would love to play you all a song, but let's. I'm not sure that I'm ready yet for that. I've got it all kind of set up to do that kind of thing. But not quite yet, because I'd have to pull my mic back and I'd have to hook my guitar, or you wouldn't hear it right, and it would just sound kind of like off a little bit kind of faint, amateur. So it's not quite, I don't quite have it set up where I can I like to be able to just push a couple of buttons and yank a chair up and plug in a couple things and I'm ready to go. And I'm not right there yet, so we'll see. Let's do a render and see if our leaves are visible underneath the tree. The fallen oak leaves. Let's see what we have. So if you put daisies in the scene, you'd want the daisies growing in the grass, but I don't think you'd want them growing through the oak leaves. So there again, it's just that kind of thing where you can set up your affinities here in right. Oh, look at that. See, so look what we've got. See, this is nice. And so now, Pat, I think it was Pat that mentioned something about an HDRI. This would be a good time. This is a good time for an HDRI. Yes. Look at this. I love the way this tree kind of goes down here. This is very nice. A noose. It's late in your part of the world, dear friend. Yes, well, thank you for being with us. Thank you, Anus. You've been quiet tonight, but it's always so lovely to have you here. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock in my part of the world, so it's not too bad. So I think you got to watch the very best part of this. So yeah, the leaf, the repel part, where we repelled the grass. Repel. Repel. So yes, we repelled the grass. You take care, Anus. You take care, dear friend. Have a good night, as Art says. A good night with exclamation points and lots of love. You take care, buddy. All right. All right. So we need... You know, this grass isn't so bad a little when you make it a little bit patchy like this. It's not too bad. You can see a little bit of the ground through it, but the ground is so high quality. They've really done a nice job. Yes, they have. Yes. So, yes, a very nice Eve. Very nice. Your people are so sweet. You guys are so awesome. Awesome. Guys and gals are so awesome. Yes. I have to remember to, it's like to smile more. I probably do, but I think of Jay's, when Jay goes live, and he's just so has such a nice personality, so nice and fun, and smiling all the time and having a good time playing games, and he's just awesome. And sometimes I'm like really kind of like I get right into it, and I just like for hours, and I just try to be. I have to try to be fun, So it's I'm a pretty fun guy. I used to be a lot of fun years ago when I used to drink and everything. I was the life of the party, People just love to party with me, but I that was a long time ago. That was another life. Yeah, I think we've got something going on here. So, yeah, I do. Thank you, Eve. Yeah, well, thank you very much, Art. It's nice to be included in that awesome group of people. So we can turn these off for now because we have them set up now. So now we can kind of work on other stuff in the scene. And now this zoom camera, it's because it's where I want it to be. I'm going to lock it. So we're going to go to most used, and we're going to lock the zoom camera. Now, parameters, when I go to my perspective view, look at this. See, you wouldn't believe I have ultra scenery in the scene, but look, I can move around and everything just because I've got them turned off here in ultra scenery. You just turn them off in your viewport, and you can start working on your scene. We need a nice little shed in here, maybe some kind of shed. Now we can put stuff in, maybe a wishing well, kind of nice. I don't know. And the poor guy, he's been standing at attention for like, what is it? For 3 hours? Has it been 3 hours? Oh my gosh, 3 hours. It took us 3 hours to get this far. So I'm moving it all around, but this isn't my camera. Oh, well, thank you, Pat. It's very nice. Very nice. Well, I'm live. We're live. Most of the time we're live, and that's it. It's I just couldn't imagine, if I had to like edit these, 3 hours worth of material and just cut out little parts and everything where, it crashed, it's like Daz crashed again, so, but it was the Filament. So, But you know, it's just I wouldn't have a life if I had to sit and edit these long videos and everything. Just I would have to spend 3 hours going through it and editing because it's a 3-hour long video, you know, and chopping that out and everything and saying, oh, I went down to get the mail. It's like, okay, chop that out. And it's just, they're going to be live, and they're going to be live for probably a long time. So, all right, so let's find some kind of atmosphere for our scene. So would you do this just the same way you do it every other time? This is the way I do it. Then I go into parameters, and I have this big, huge file that I've set aside on my hard drive that has all of my HDRIs in it. And, the thing about nude thumbnails. Okay, remember the last time when I had this? And Daz has started putting nude, you know, parts in our, well, you right-click on the picture, okay? And you right-click on the offending picture, and it takes you to a folder like this with all kinds of thumbnails, and there's usually a little thumbnail and a big thumbnail, okay? And so you right-click on the image, and then you select Open With, and open with your favorite photo editor. And then once you get into the photo editor, just turn the transparency down to 0 so it's like invisible, and then save over top of it, okay? And yes, you won't be able to see those pictures. It's like you can pretty much guess. It tells you the name of it. It still tells you the name. It's like, so you can still kind of tell what it is. But then you don't have images just flashing up. With me, when it's live, I can't have that. So I just save over all the thumbnails that are kind of causing a problem. I'm not like against that. I'm not a prude or anything. I'm not like a religious fanatic or anything. I don't have any problem with it at all. Daz can do what they want. I value the YouTube community and the people that come into my threads. I do value them. And I value the trust that I have with YouTube and my channel to keep it above board and all. So I don't have a problem with that. I think that people our world we only have a short amount of time to be young and to be pubescent. We only have a very few small years to be, oblivious and ignorant of things. And I think I don't think that should be trampled on. I just think that, but it doesn't mean that there's not going to be romance, and people they're going to be exposed to romance, okay? But sexuality is another whole thing, like incredible deep, nudity, like nudity with sexuality and all of that, and even nudity. I just think that it's really kind of. Let's pick this 16K one. I just think I'm kind of a little. My father, when I was 20 years old, my father died when he was 80. Okay, so my dad was 80 when I turned 20. And so he was raised by the hickory stick. So, literally. And he came over on Ellis Island from Norway. So he was very old-fashioned. He wasn't religious. He was kind of like the Thomas Paine kind of old-fashioned and all. He was a Shriner, But, you know, Shriners aren't necessarily religious. All they have to do is believe in God. I guess that's the only prerequisite to being a Shriner. And so, but other than that, yeah, so but he was old-fashioned. He just kind of felt like things needed to be kind of a little bit more discreet, and I kind of take after him in that way. So we're going to draw a dome here and see what our sky looks like. Turn it on. I have no idea what we're going to have for a sky here. I can't really see what this is. Let's turn on Iray. So it doesn't have to load all that scenery stuff. It's so much easier turning it off in this ultra scenery thing. So we get to kind of see how the light comes through this place here. And this is terrible. It's just, but let's turn this and see what happens. It might just be too bright. Let's bring this, it is kind of too bright. Let's go bring it down to 1. And see if we can get some, yeah, now we got at least something going on here. And Sigmund 2024. Yeah, Sigmund's a good singer too. He might get the guitar out and do a little bit of. He plays the zither, and he also plays the dulcimer. Yeah, Sigmund is very talented, and both him and Marlowe do ballroom dancing. They go to classes. So yeah, and I told them and they do clogging, and I told them that they have to do their clogging at the dance studio. I can't have them clogging. The neighbors don't like it when they clog. So no, so they have to do it at the. So this guy isn't doing anything for me. It's just the sky is too blah. But it's kind of, this is a nice little shadow here. We could come in and try turning on our trees and just see what it looks like. So, yeah. Yeah. Let's see what it looks like with the light coming through the trees. Because when I saw this like hard shadow here, why isn't it coming on? It should in a moment here. What happened to our scene? What happened? I think it's gonna appear. Okay, render layer. What's this? Render layer, layer settings. Oh, we might have to turn these on. Layer settings. Render. Okay, they're on. Okay. Let's redo this. See what happens. Biome. Oh, we're looking at this through the perspective view. We might have to look at it through the camera. Now it looks like it's coming up, but I don't think it is. I think we have to look at it through the camera view. Yeah, we do. I assume. Because that's the one that's showing us our stuff, I think. I think. Yeah, when my dad, when he died, it was old age. He was like, 80, which isn't too bad of an age to live to. We were close. It wasn't There was like this massive generation gap between my father and I, but he was a sea captain on super tankers, and so he ran the ship. He wasn't quite like the great Santini or anything. But he ran our family like a ship. So kinda, maybe, sorta. All right, it's not working, but I can definitely get it to work. I don't know why it's not showing up now in the scene. It's showing up, which is nice. It usually didn't show up in, it's just not showing. Okay, now maybe it's up here. I have to click on Iray. Or I just might have too much stuff turned on. Let's turn off the leaves. So I don't know. They're showing up in here, but they're not showing up in Iray. In Iray. Okay, Iray preview. That's why. Okay. See that little thing? It's not a lot of parameters. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of stuff here, but they're not that hard to kind of get a grasp on. Okay, and so now if I turn that back on, our leaves, we should be able to see it. I don't know why I need to see it in Iray. I can just do a really quick render of it. What's this? Oh, Flexi Keys. We don't need that right now. I pulled up some kind of hotkey for Flexi Keys, which is a great program. Yep. We went over Flexi Keys a little bit, touched on them briefly in the last video. And I found out you just kind of, now when you try to use your up and down and arrow keys, a lot of times they're already programmed in on your figures. Okay, so now let's try Iray. Let's see. Iray is just very terrible with instancing. Sometimes it's just better to do a render. They're still not showing up. I don't know why. So there might be a few little idiosyncrasies going on with the program. They definitely will show up in the render. Let's do a render. Error during rendering. Oh no! Let's turn them off. Okay, that's why. It needed to crash. We've got it saved. So, yeah, when things just stop working the way you know they're supposed to work, Daz has got to crash. It's time. And it's just the thing is that when you're putting stuff into the, I think Ultra Scenery has got a lot of work to be done. I think they put it out like before it was really completely ready. But the thing is that, you know, it's like how long, you know, they got to work on it before they, you know, finally let people kind of try to use it. I think it was ready to be released. It's just not, you know, it's still kind of in beta. You know, it's the first Ultra Scenery 2. And I'm glad they put it out, even if it's, you know, and the thing is it's got to, every time you change the scenery, it's got to put that new scenery into the memory and into, yeah, it does, because it is a complicated program. So, and that's why I say, you know, before you put your, I may not have saved it after I put the HDRI in. Let's see. Parameters. Nope. So, but at least I saved it here with the leaves. Let's see what it looks like with the leaves. Okay, we're on our zoom in camera. So I should be able to turn them all on and have them show up in Iray. So, but you know, why do that? Why do I know where all the leaves are, and I know pretty much where things are. So why not just save that for the final render and do a quick render like at 1,000? Like right now, this is just 1,000 by like 700 or something pixels. Just do a small render to see how it looks. And look at this now. Okay, this is before I set the affinity. I didn't save it after I set the affinity, so this is what it looks like without affinity. Okay, which isn't too bad, but it's not too good either. So, all right, cancel. It doesn't take that long to set that up. So we go, I think it wouldn't hurt to see this done again, just so that it helps to sink it into your mind how to do this. We're going to put on Iray preview. Okay, and now we go down and see what we have here. We have all three of our things here. Remember, we do the grass cover first. And, all right, we do the grass cover first. Affinity. Now it's not letting me do this. All right, let's try to move the positions of these things. Like move it down. That seemed to work. And we'll move the fallen leaves down. And now we'll go back to grass cover and see if this works. Isn't that weird? That seems to be the bug that fixes. Okay. So this is, I think, the grass. We're going to repel the grass at, let's go 600. Let's go 500. Okay. Repel the grass at 500. And that's for the large oaks. And we're going to repel the grass for the medium oaks. At 500, repel. Repel. All right, so, and we have, that was the grass, so I did that right. Now the oak. Oak leaves. That works. Large oaks, and we want to attract at 500. And for the small oaks. Oaks, the medium ones, we want to attract. Okay, and we're going to save this. This is not a beta version. It's not being sold as a beta version, but it is a beta version because it's just come out and it's just gone out into the wild. So it is, you know, technically anything that's just comes out is kind of a beta version. So yeah, now let's see what this looks like in Iray. Yeah, but they will perfect it because, I mean, Ted, they are planning on selling all kinds of packs to go with this, and they can't sell them if the main program is, you know, riddled with bugs. So I tend to think it's not really a beta because it's working so well, you know. The thing is that I put it through all kinds of paces, and there are things that they just didn't quite there's so many different abilities like in this program, like where you can invert your map and then your map is all of a sudden backwards and everything is, and then if you try to work with an inverted map with, say, some of the older ecologies, yes, it is. And so if you work with your map with some of the older ecologies, they just didn't conceive that people were going to try to do that. You know, even though it's allowable and doable in the program, there's just so many people try to do so many weird things with it, and they're going to have to fix those exactly what Pat says, a few bugs. So this looks nice. I think it looks better with a fewer leaves. Now, if you want a little bit more of the grass growing into it, you can just set that to be to fade in, set them to fade in together a little more. So now let's Cancel this render. Let's add an HDRI again. Try again to add an HDRI into this. Browse. And we go up here to my master HDRI file folder. Let's find something really nice. And so, you know, I think it has a lot to do with, let's try this clouds one here. It's bluish. If I want, I can add a red tint to it. Yeah, so yeah, they're going to be they're going to want to, this is the groundwork for a ton of products they want to release with it. Like right now, there's this, what's it called? Terminator or something, Alienator. An Alienator lets you just replace a certain thing with another thing. And that is about ready. Yeah, and it does to me too, Tad. It does look manicured. And that's why you can blend the edges a little bit more. I just today learned how to do this affinity thing. So I'm not really that good at it. And so the part of it was to allow you, let's see what this looks like. Will it show it to me in Iray? I do think I have them turned on to show them in Iray, or maybe just the trees are turned on. Let's see. Just the trees are turned on, I think. Let's see what we have turned on. Yeah, just the trees are turned on. What happens when we turn on the oak leaves in the... And I haven't turned on my... I turned off a lot of the grass too. Like, well, you can see I've got it, it's only showing patches. And there's a, let me see where that is. That's up here where it says only show of the biome. There's a thing that says only zero edge, mixing type, erosion. Water. Layers. Okay, render layer. Okay, these. Okay, mask. I thought there was something here that said something like the amount of zero edge. Okay, preview density. See this? And this is where the forest is set at 100% because they figure you're going to probably limit the forest. But this litter like field is only set to show at 10%. This is preview density. And this is the camera, okay? So this, if I were to crank this all the way up to 100%, it would show me all the grass. And if or the field, forest, litter would be leaves, okay? So it's only showing that, and that's kind of good, or else it would be kind of crashing right now with all this turned on. I'd have to turn it back off again. So that's another thing that helps anyone with a weaker computer kind of get it set, because it's only for the preview, but if you come up here and hit your render, then that should pop up. It should. There it goes. And it's not going to go by the preview. It's going to go by, and I didn't turn the sky back on, our HDRI on. It looks like I picked a night scene, but what I could do is turn the night scene up. So, but we'll see. I think I need like a day scene. I could crank the luminosity of the sky, the brightness. Yeah. I think also, Ted, it's because like I picked this leaf color and I picked the grass color and I picked and the thing is the grass color is like early spring colored grass and the leaf color is autumn. The grass by the time of early spring would be kind of like faded and dry and brownish. And so I picked the most lush colored grass and put it with the kind of the most decayed leaves. So that's another aspect of this that is part of this. So it's all depends on the kind of grass you choose. And I picked the brightest spring. It said like early spring grass or something. And so that, and he'd have to be standing. See this part here where he's standing in the grass and you wouldn't want maybe the grass to be quite right there. Well, you just change the seed of and it will distribute it in a different pattern, and you change it again and again and again until the grass is like until this grass is like over here instead, or maybe even going up the hill. Yeah, well, it's right now I'm also rendering this small, and we don't have any light on the scene. The light isn't, that's the last part of this scene that we have to work on, is getting some really nice rays coming through the trees and coming through and over the mountain, like just peeping up over the mountain and giving us some shine here maybe. We haven't got any of that yet. So that's what's going to add to some of the realism. I'm not going to be able, unless I change these leaves, I'm not going to be able to change the fact that I picked the wrong grass to go with the leaves. Okay, so I was talking to Angus the other day, and it's like I'm not really that much of a... I'm a little better than your average person when it comes to flowers, but I really don't... I don't know flowers and plants very well. I just don't. I know your basic, rhododendron or philodendron, or, I know what the difference between some plants and flowers, but I'm not really, I don't know flowers like a lot of people do, like really, really well. So, so it's challenging for me. It's challenging. Yes, it is, and we're going to do that. We're going to do that next. Okay. I just wanted to get to kind of bring a sky in here, and we have to take this. Let's see. Let's turn on our environment first. And we're going to go out of Iray, because right now it's slowed to a crawl. I've got all of my grass in here, and I've got it's only showing partial amounts of stuff, but that's still enough to kind of slow everything down to quite a bit. All right, so now we're out of here. We can go into parameters. It's still kind of a little bit laggy. And we click on this, and we are going to draw a dome. See, I think, yeah, I picked a night sky. I thought it was going to be this deep kind of bluish day, and it's turned out this is a night sky. All right, so and it won't show up anyway in, I can tell by the light that it's not a daytime sky. So let's see what we can find for a daytime. Something with some nice clouds. And what's this? That's, I think, the same kind of thing. This Jefferson AF. AF, I think, is Air Force. Air. No, I don't know what Jefferson AF is. Airfield, maybe. Let's see. What's this? Chinese garden. Oh, there was, okay, the Cirrus sky. Doesn't say, but let's try this. You're going to be pretty amazed to see what the right kind of light does to these, because all of a sudden, boom, we're going to have like light rays coming up over the hill and shining and just hitting the trees in just the right way and little bits. So it's, yeah, so you know about that. Somebody's been to HDRI Haven. Yeah, yeah, Art, very good. You get kudos for that one. Yeah, somebody's been to HDRI Haven, the free HDRI repository. Yeah. I think that's where the Jefferson AFs come from, is, I think it's, they come from, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just lost some kudos. All right, let's see what this looks like. Okay, it's not going to show the HDRI sky. I keep waiting for it to show, and it's not going to show it in it doesn't show the HDRI sky. So basically, you may actually lose function of filament once you start working with ultrascenery. Ultrascenery may actually make filament unusable. There's a possibility. So I can't save this until after I'm done. We're doing a quick. Let's see what this looks like with the real sky in here. I hope you didn't pick another night. Why buy HDRIs? The thing is that first of all, HDRIs like look very nice. Look what this HDRI is doing to our scene. You see, they just, it's like, I think I'm okay at creating scene design, but and okay, another thing, Ted, is the leaves on the trees are all green. Yes, they fall off the tree and they turn brown when they die, but there's just, you'd think there'd be a few brown leaves on the trees and it would look like it kind of came from the same tree. So there, it's just the models that I chose to do this. We got this bright spring green grass in with this, kind of, it's just, they're not going to meld because I picked the wrong things. So why buy HDRIs is a very good question, because the thing is that when you make a scene, you got to try this one and that one and this one and that one. And every scene that you make, sometimes you make scenes that are like post-apocalyptics with spaceships going through, people fighting in combat and fires going on in the background and stuff like that. Then you need an HDRI that's going to fit that one. And sometimes you do, yeah, see, this is really, really, really nice. The thing is that do I choose to bring a little bit more light around the side to hit him? Okay, so he's really only here to just give us perspective. I could just take him out and put like a wishing well here, but even if I did, I don't want the front of the wishing well or whatever in the dark. So this needs a little bit of kind of work with this a little. So And really the only way to do that is in Iray. So we've got to maybe turn off the leaves or something here so that we can get a little bit of headroom. So I think that's what we'll do, is we'll turn off the leaves. Let's save this. Okay, save it. All right, so we go now to Ultra Scenery 2 again. And so the thing is that, you know, it's like when I make a scene and everything, I go from one HDRI to another, and another, because I have this standard in my head that a scene has to pop. And like what Pat said, I like the light on the grass. And that's because the scene just started to pop, okay, with this HDRI. And not every HDRI does that. So you have to keep trying this one and trying that one and trying this one and trying that one. So you know what? I have bought just about every HDRI. The only HDRIs I don't buy are like the clear sky ones. It's like, I don't want to buy a blue sky HDRI. You know, once you got one blue sky, you've kind of got them all. So, but you know, but when it comes to clouds and, no, not the ones in the Daz store, but the ones in the Daz store, I've bought every HDRI that Daz sells, okay? I've bought every one except for a few, okay? Some of the beach ones, a few of them I haven't bought. There's very, very few I bought. Okay, well, you go here to my HDRI folder, and I've got, was it 5,000 HDRIs. So, yeah, no, I think I've got like 3,500 if you take the, yeah, Polyhaven doesn't do it for me. They've only got a small selection, like maybe 100, you know, and the whole website, that's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. You have to have every kind of sky. You have to have Martian skies. You need to have skies with big planets in it. You have to have skies with frozen skies, like Arctic skies. You have to have every kind of sky. You have to have acid skies, and then there are skies that have like that put off rainbow effects. Yeah, you have to have every HDRI. You know, after you get like 3,000 or 4,000 HDRIs, then you can kind of slow down because, all right, but if an HDRI thing comes out, Daz knows that I'm not going to buy them unless they're on sale. So usually, you know, I'm able to put together my my vouchers and put together and add them in with another item or this item and that item and bring the price down. And I'll buy the HDRI, you know, if there's, say, 5 or 6, 8, sometimes 8 HDRIs, 10 HDRIs in a pack, I'll pay $5, $6 for them. Yeah, $8 maybe. So if they're really nice, yeah. It's just, this is my thing, you know. I don't have any other. I don't own a car. I don't have any other thing in my life. This is it. This is my habit. You know, this is my pastime. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke. I don't do anything. You know, I don't even drink coffee. You know, so this is my thing. I don't think it's that bad for me, you know, and it's like, yeah, I've sat for 4 hours today, just sitting in a chair, talking with you guys, these lovely people, talking with you all. But I walked out, before I did this, I went out and walked 6 miles this morning. So all the way around this big, huge bay, all the way around. And then I walked back home, and then I went up and walked up this huge hill to my friend's house who's in the hospital. She fell down and broke her shoulder. And I walked up the hill to feed her cat, clean her cat box. and then walk back home. So the skies of radiance, Pat, you nailed it, are the very best. They are the very, very best. Yeah, at least from my experience, I can use them in a lot of scenes. But every once in a while, you put them in a scene, and it's just not right. It's not the right thing. And then there's the whole idea, like right now, I should be putting an HDRI on a plane, okay? Because that's what this needs, is a really nice detailed sky in behind it. So, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the atmosphere right with a global HDRI, and then I might put something behind it just to give it a different look, okay? So I always put my, you all know that I put my skies on a plane, but what I'll do is try to get the global lighting with an HDRI set, and then I'll put it, put it on a plane or something. I try to get the atmosphere kind of right first. So what are we, okay, so I've got a few more things. Let's complete this ultra scenery thing. So what we're going to do is go in here and turn off the leaves so I can do something in here. It's just there's too much stuff going on here. Too many things in the scene. So we'll turn off the leaves. That takes 48,000 things out of the little leaves out of the scene. Yeah, should be able to get around a little bit better. And if the grass if the grass ends up being a pain, then I'll turn that off as well. So now we go here to, because Ted asks about can you add flowers? That's going to be the next thing. We're going to show you how to add other things, and it's not as easy as it's going to become, because once the Alienator like 2 I think comes out, that's going to be for Ultra Scenery 2. That's when we're going to be able to just put anything in our Daz library, any piece of grass, any flower, anything, and just scatter it all over the ground and do the affinity thing with that as well. That's all coming, okay? And it's going to be coming within probably the next, maybe within the next month. We're probably going to get Mesh Grabber 4 and the new Alienator. What will be the focal point of interest? I hope to be this character, but I'm thinking I'd like to have a little shed here or something else in the scene. Or maybe we could put the shed up on top of this little hill here. And maybe we'll move this character. This character can go anywhere. He's only here to give me a sense of size, okay, and distance and things like that. And to also show me where the center of my scene is, okay? That's it. He could just as soon be a little ball, like, a sphere or something else, a cube. It doesn't matter. He's just here to show me how big a human is, because if I had a little sphere here, I wouldn't know how big a human was. If I had a cube here, I wouldn't know. But if I have a human here, then I know. Okay? And that's why he's here. All right? But he may be the focal point of interest. That's another good question, Pat. So he could very well be. See this ecologies thing? This is how we add other stuff. Okay? So, but we're going to do that kind of last, even though I probably should have done that before I went to our HDRI and put this big HDRI in the scene. But it seems like this HDRI is going to be the one we want. I think I'm going to take this and turn the grass off too, so I can manipulate around the scene a little bit more with the HDRI. Okay, we're going to just turn that off as well. That takes another 7,000 things out of the scene, because I think the grass will look pretty no matter what we do with it. I think it's just so pretty, kind of. So now we can go into Iray, and we can kind of mess with our environment options and turn the sun. I want it to light him a little bit. If you can light your figure with the HDRI, it's better than putting a spotlight in him or adding a distant light. You know, you add the distant light and just put 2 light sources in your scene, but sometimes it's really nice to just kind of bring the light in from the side and kind of get like that. All right, now look at what that's going to do to our scene. Remember I told you we were going to have the light peeking up over the... I told you that. I prophesied that this was going to happen, that it was going to come up over the hill. And there we go. Now we're going to save this. And now we can just do what's nice is we can leave this grass off and just do a quick render. It's like leave Daz kind of freed up so it's not like completely bound up. And if we want to see it, just do a 1000 by 700 render, kind of. Do a quick little render to see. And what's nice is that we can leave the grass off and the leaves off. We already know what they look like. When we go to put flowers and other things in the scene, we don't have to have the grass on. We don't have to have the leaves on. This is how you work with it when you have a weaker computer, is you just leave them off so that you can kind of work in piecemeal with this. I think a little shed up on this thing would be nice. Or maybe we could put it in here too. So we'll see. I don't like the way this grass is, so we're going to have to reseed the grass. So just pick a different seed until these little pieces of grass go somewhere else. But this looks nice. Now the thing is we've kind of lost that thing with the grass. So there's a possibility of... I just think I've lost something here now because this just looks whited right out. So maybe if we pull the sun in a little bit more around the back, we've kind of lost something here. So there's the possibility of lighting him separately. I want to move this so that we don't have this grass going through his legs right here. I just don't think that looks quite right. So we go here to Ultra Scenery, and we'll turn the grass on. Let's go to Surfaces, back to Ultra Scenery. Let's turn the grass, turn off the oaks, turn on the grass. And they should show in Ultra Scenery, yeah. And I think what we can do here, so we can go up here. Now this grass here, this would be field. Let's turn that up to 100%. Let's see what happens when we do that. The preview density. That's what's making it sparse here in the preview. Here we go. Now we can kind of see it in Iray, in Iray. Now the preview density of the... Now it may not let me do anything here. It's taking its time to figure it out. But it is showing it. Now let's see what happens when we go to texture shaded mode. It might show me it there as well. And let me actually work with it. There was a lot of work because remember we couldn't see any of these instances in texture shaded mode. They have completely rehauled so much here in the scene. Well, you can kind of see where the grass is sort of a little bit kind of maybe there. All right, we'll see if we can scroll, if it'll let me scroll down here in a moment. Or is it not? No. It's just way too much having all that grass turned on. No, it's letting me move now. Okay, it just takes a moment. I think I better turn that down a little bit, like at least to 50%. Preview density. You can see where it pushed this out. See, I could have had these kind of like feathered into the into there a little more. Well, it's still showing me the grass here, so I just wanted to kind of fix this. It's going to take a moment, and it will let me come down here. All right, now we're going to go down here and see this is our grass. So we select our grass cover, and we just want to change the seed. We can pick any seed here, and we'll be able to, and it'll just scatter the grass in a different way. Every different seed, got 1 million different seeds to pick from, literally 1 million. And that looks like it did it. Now I don't see any grass in front of his feet, but the way to tell is to render it. And the rendering will show you all of the grass, not 50%. Let's see if I just didn't want him standing kind of in those tassels. It's like that's where I'd stand if I was standing in the grass. It looks like we did it with the grass. It just moved those tassels. Yeah, we did it. It just took one seed and it threw the tassels of grass in other places. So that's all we needed, was just to do it, to mess with it one time. Okay, so we cancel this. And now we can bring the grass back down to 10%. We can turn the grass cover off. Just a moment. Close. Turn the grass off. And we can go back up to the top here. I don't know what... Okay. I don't know why there are two different, like, why is there this ability to show and hide? Preview here and this one, and it doesn't make any sense. Okay, preview layer. Okay, now this extend forest, if you do that, it'll just throw a bunch of trees kind of like way off in the distance sort of thing. I don't know exactly how it works, but it just throws like this kind of pseudo forest in the background. If you extend the forest, you'll have trees kind of back in here. Not sure how that works, but okay. So now we can turn the grass cover off. And we can go now into, this is the part where I would love to go into filament mode, because filament mode would show me the light coming through, but that's not going to work. So we go here to ultra scenery. What are we doing? We're going to go here back to Iray. I'm going to select my environment options. It's kind of working okay. I just kind of want to leave the trees in here for something. Now, I thought that was going to work really nice because I see these shadow parts, but it just didn't catch the grass in the right way. It was better when the grass was kind of backlit. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to achieve that back again. Parameters. And we go to dome rotation. This is from the front. Okay, what happens when we do this? Let's try it from this side and see what the grass looks like with him lit from the side. And he's still floating in the air. Let's see if we can get the alias down on the ground. Okay, I guess that's enough. Looks better. Save it. Okay, let's take a look at this with our grass. Well, let's just hit render. Render's the, I use render now a lot more. Just make sure you get it at a it takes about the same amount of time as it would take to switch to Iray. But it turns everything on at render. It recalculates all the grass, all the everything. It puts your graphics card into like massive super sonic speed. That's not bad. It still kind of looks, well, I'm not sure yet, but it still kind of looks white washed out, kind of. I think I liked it when it was backlit, and then I'm going to have to light him with something else. Yeah, it's not bad. But yeah, it doesn't pop like the other one did. Close this. And we go back to the environment options. And we bring it around back like this. This was the one right here. It was right in here. And this gives us a rim light at least. All we got to do is really, for the most part, is just light his face with like a ghost light or something. Just so his face pops out, really. Let's see what this looks like now. Do a quick render. I got to turn the... Oh, it does. It turns all the grass. It turns everything back on. So we're going to do a real quick thing. I'm going to show you how the old content that came with it, how that works and how you can put it in. Now, the old content, it kind of likes to go on the 64 by 64 size map. And I don't think we're going to get a lot of arguments out. Now, this looks nice. See, it puts half of this leaf stuff in shade. That's what we needed, to kind of blend it in with the leaves a little more. This looks nice. So all we got to do is light him. And I could still put a little shed here or something. Or maybe, I don't know if blocking that would be a good idea. So maybe in here, a wishing well would be nice, maybe, or something. A tractor, a John Deere tractor. You know, I don't know. A little gnome house. This is nice. You know what? Some clover in here would be nice. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll put some clover in here, okay? I don't think we can repel the clover, so I'm not sure. So, but I think that will be coming. All kinds of stuff will be coming. All kinds of plugins are going to be made to work with this Ultra Scenery 2. All kinds of stuff. So this I like. Okay, it fixes Ted's problem to a degree. It kind of, and I had the same thing. It just didn't. It looked just like I don't know what the words were he used. Too manicured. It's exactly right. Now this looks a little more natural. It still looks a little bit kind of fake, but it's better than it was. So we cancel this. This is going to take a good at least 4 hours to render. Now let's go down. Now we got one more thing to do. Let's save this. Let's see if we can throw some clover in here. And it's not going to be that easy to do, but let's see. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Art. Thank you very much. So now see where it says classic content? And we don't want to change the features. We don't want to put a lake, or we got all kinds of things we could add here, rivers and rocks, things like that. We could add some rocks maybe, some of the features. But if we click features, let's see what happens. Let's hope it doesn't change our land too much or change everything like drastically. No, it looks like it kept it the same. Okay. No, it didn't. It changed our land, so goodbye. No. Luckily, I saved it. Hopefully, it's going to bring it back to what it was. Oh, no. We're going to have to load this, reload it. I think it'll snap back. I think it will snap back. Where is this? What happens if we try this? No, that's not going to work. Okay, so that didn't work. Okay, so we go here, no. Now, there is another option, and that's ultra scatter. I believe, I'm not sure if we can do ultra scatter, and I don't know that I'm going to do ultra scatter right now, but I will tell you at least if it's possible. So we'll see. Okay, it crashed. Well, it closed. I tried to close it. I didn't tell it to save before I closed, so that's good. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So it's nice that Ultra Scenery doesn't leave a ton of stuff in the RAM that takes forever to clear out. That it kind of closes and allows you to open it within roughly about 10 seconds. Okay. File, open recent, Ultra Scenery 4. Would you like to save? No, it's blank. Okay, clearing the scene because there's so much stuff in the scene. It should kind of know that the scene is like the default scene. Okay. Yep, we got our scene back. And the cat came back the very next day. Okay, so we're going to try one more thing here with this Ultra Scenery Scene 2 and see if it's going to change our map if we try to add, where is it? Ecologies, a classic. Okay, Ecologies. Use Ecology map. We don't want to do that. It won't let me click on it until I click here. Ecologies. Now, if I've got kind of feel like it's going to change things here. Now, it doesn't look like it did. Why did it change it with the features? I don't know. But I feel like these different like maps, like we have noise and eroded hills, and it may not, and then we have a generated map. It may not work with one or the other of these. You might just have to like turn one off, or like zero edge and all of that. These or erosion. One of these it could like not really be suited to work with it. So we're gonna go here now with these are the old, all of the different sets. We got the country ford and the dry desert swamp, TAO. I can't forget when that one's in. Willows. I think Willows has. So if we go to Willows, I don't think it's going to add. No, it doesn't add it to the scene. It adds them kind of to the scene, but it doesn't turn them on in the scene. And I don't see clover here, but it could be hidden down below. We got lily pads. Let's see what we have. Okay. 10 o'clock. It's been 4 hours. So awesome. Okay, so let's wait until it comes back and gives us like let's render it. Just don't try to render it with all this stuff here, because all this turned on. See, because this camera thing means that they're turned on in the render. It won't render anything. It will okay, river pebbles, road verge, willows, seedlings. What do we got here? It's still not letting me have it back. Via base verge. Okay, it's telling us how big some of the long grass. We don't need that. And we don't need the river pebbles. You can't right click on them and delete them. Okay, it would be nice if you could just delete them out of the scene. It won't let you. Okay, I don't need the willows. I've got trees. And I don't need the base grass. Okay, and this is not giving me clover. All right, so we're just not even going to use this one. We're going to try a different one. Willows is the Willows, Australia. Country ford. Let's try the country ford. See if this has. Now it says use ecology mat. I don't think I want to do this. I like this mat better. Now this material that's on the ground, it doesn't actually, this isn't the way it looks. The way it has to render to look right. It's a weird kind of thing, but it's got like rocks and stuff here, and it's just got a whole, it's an algorithm kind of thing. So I would say use these ultra scenery 4 mats. Don't use these ecology mats unless you absolutely have to. So let's see what we have. Now we got river rocks, dirt road grit. We don't even have a road, so we don't need road grit. Bluebells, those would be kind of nice too. I was thinking of the, I don't see the clover here, so I'm going to find clover. What's this? So we got swamp, we got country for dry desert, Britain, oaks. We'll try this one. I don't know what it is. One of these is going to give me. Oh, this is the apple orchard. There might be clover here. Let's see. Pretty much what you do is you just turn all of these things off in the render. If you don't want them to render, you click on these buttons. And I think the way it distributes, you're stuck with the way it distributes. It doesn't really give you the ability to do any affinity, to change everything. That might change in the future, but I have a feeling those changes are going to come with the Alienator program, which allows you to just scatter anything and it'll give you affinity and it'll give you all kinds of other stuff. The Alienator, oh, there's our clover, okay? So what we're going to do is just turn everything else off and see what the clover looks like with it turned on. And you can't change the amount of clover like you can with the other stuff that comes with the scenes. Let's turn it on in the scene, in the viewport, see what it looks like. That's probably going to be a lot of clover. It's 8,000 pieces of clover, 82,000 pieces of clover. That's not bad. It's growing right through our leaves. But it's not too bad. They're kind of far away. You can't see them. You can see them in here. All right. This isn't bad. I think this is the red. This is the purple clover. And I think I have some white clover too. But this might be white clover. I'm not sure. But it's clover. Let's see. And it doesn't look like it's kind of going up through his feet too bad. So let's render it. Okay. Let's save this. We got clover up here. And you can't change the height of, you can't vary the length, you can't rotate the clover any or do anything kind of special with it. And I have a feeling that's something you're going to be able to do in Alienator 2 Pro when that comes out again. For this. So yeah. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's give this a render. So yeah, I would want to light him up, maybe put some kind of like little barn or something in this scene. And black. What's wrong? Okay, we don't have enough memory. We have exceeded our memory. And I think it's because these things are actually loaded. There's no way to get rid of them. I don't know what this apply to all layers is. Instances. Oh, we definitely went over the... Okay. So this doesn't work. We turn ecologies off. And we try something else. Now, this doesn't really make a lot of sense that that would happen just with the clover. I think it's loading all of that other stuff into the memory because we've got 3 items in the scene. 3 items: trees, the grass, and it doesn't make sense that they would take up 24 gigs of memory. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this and see what's here. Biome, layer, oak trees, ecology props, grass track, clump, road pebbles. Why are all these things here? They might have gotten put in here. Grass patch, track, clump, butterbur. Yeah, these look like the things that were put. I shouldn't have saved it. So, because when I now go here, yeah, see, there's problems with this, like very serious problems. Okay, what if we click ecology and click none? Okay, it's going to take them out. That's the way to do it. None, and now it's probably removing all of those lovely feature props. Crash. Close. Okay, so another bug here. If they're going to be here, I'll find them. Okay, and we have it saved here. So are we going to be able to remove? I may have tried to click on too much while it was trying to do stuff. So let's try again. We'll go open recent. Now what I'm not seeing here is the plane that everything's sitting on. It's like this plane is some elusive primitive that doesn't even exist in Daz. And so how we're going to be able to scatter something to it, I bet they have it hidden. Which we could try to unhide stuff, show hidden things, and see if the plane is hidden, and see if we can scatter stuff to it. So, but right now, it appears like it is. I haven't found it yet. It doesn't mean it's not here. I just haven't located it in all the folders. Okay, we're going to click here. And then we're going to go out of Iray. Come on, take me out. All right, there we go. And we're going down here. I think we are. Okay. Now we're going to go ecologies. We'll go here and select none. Yes, it will. I believe so. I can't wait. And you know, the thing is that, you know, it's like staying up until 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning, just to find out if they're releasing Mesh Grabber. It's like, come on, Daz. I don't care. Release it as a beta. Just put it out there. You can update it. You do anyway. All right. Now it's saying it's gone. Is it going to let me click on anything? All right. It's kind of saying it's gone. Let's try to save this, see what happens. All right, so it did allow me to, it was probably because I was clicking on all those folders and had everything open and everything, but it appears as though that is gone. Now our water is hidden because I turned it on and then turned it off. Okay, now is there, speaking of water, is there a way to go in here and say water none? Okay, so that it will take and get rid of the water. Let's see, Ultra Scenery 2. Where's water? Okay. No, see, it doesn't allow you to water. Yes, it does. So if we turn on the water and then say water, no, it doesn't. Doesn't let you to do got like water none. So no. No, no, no. Nice. Very nice. Well, yeah, well, that's awesome, Pat. That's awesome. I hope to see some of your art. You know, that's one of these tutorials. You know, I think everybody maybe has different websites and places that they showcase their art, and they have I don't mean little, they might have big fan bases here and there where people are viewing their art, and we should have like a live thing where everybody sends me an email like link to their gallery, and then I can kind of go through and see some of all of your awesome guys, awesome and gals, awesome work that you have on the internet and various different. So we should do a video like that. So, all right, let's look. We're almost done here. Let's look and see if we can find our terrain. Layer props, grass. Okay, feature props, layer oak props, trees. Preview group, layer props. Let's see what this is. Trees. We're going to go through everything here. Objects. Preview group, more objects. Instance. Now I'm wondering if this ultra scenery thing here is the plane. No. Okay. Water. Biome. So what we're going to do is go up here and see if there's hidden things and show hidden nodes. Those are all here. Select. Expand sorting assets. Undock, close pane. Yeah, I do the Daz gallery. I also do YouTube because there's a few nice people in the Daz gallery. The Daz gallery I look up to very much because it's fellow artists and everything, but there's a little bit of just, I don't know, everybody's just they're so artistic that they just that they don't always respond to my art, and some of my art is kind of out there anyway. And every once in a while I'll do an art piece and they'll just kind of be nice about it and leave me all kinds of likes and stuff. So it's kind of hard to say. All right, so this is what's missing. Okay, when I select this right here, this is the Ultra Scenery 2. This could be the plane. So what happens if we open up, all right, we go to favorites, we go to most used, and we go to Ultra Scatter. Okay, so apparently it looks like, because I don't think Ultra Scatter would have opened. And limit scatter to Restrict to camera, zoom in camera, limit scatter to, okay, number of instances. Oh, that's the scatter object. We don't want to scatter the plane, okay? All right. So we can't limit the scatter. Okay, so what we need to do is put a piece of clover in here in the scene. So we come up here, go to Files, and we're going to go to Clover and see if we can find some clover. All files, clover. Well, those are big. This is smaller clover. All right, let's put this in. And now it should put this clover like kind of right at his feet. We want it underneath. We don't want it up here, like where it's will show. We want it under. Okay, we select that. Yeah, it's not like I've been like really tired during some of my broadcasts. I'm not that bad right now. It's not like torture tired. I've been torture tired before. So it's an okay. Part of it is like sun tired. I was out in the sun for, like I said, 6 hours walking. Okay, so there's our clover. Limit scatter to target object. Okay, we want ultra scenery 2. See if that works. Number of instances. Okay, we're going to do 5,000. And we're going to our zoom in camera. All right, now we're going to go to distribution. Elevation, slope, all of that's good. We're going to go the Perlin noise. Perlin. Okay. Yeah. 6 miles today. So, yeah. It's just a leisurely walk, but it took me forever to do it. Now, what are we going to do here? I've kind of forgotten what we're doing. Spacing, this is all good. Slope orientation. All right, that's good. Distribution, so we're just going to do with this Perlin noise. Okay. And that's good. And then we go to scaling, and we want some at 100%, and we want scale to. Some of these could be like 50%. And that's scaling and rotation. We want it Y, so we're going to just bring these up like that, and Y like that. And scatter. I guess we're ready to scatter this. Oh, did I set it to the camera? Yeah, the zoom in camera. You always want to double check everything. Okay, and distribution. Okay, and elevation. This would be minimum minus 100, minus 1,000, and plus 1,000. I think these are centimeters. So that'll work. All right, scatter. Let's see if this will let us scatter clover. Over and over. Crimson and clover. Yes, let's see. Can we scatter to the new, on the new ultra scenery? It's like, yes, you can scatter, but only on the bottom. Look at that, people. Look at this. Yay. Yes. Yeah. Da-da-da. Or it could be Joan Jett. Yes, Tommy James forever. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's see what our clover looks like in our scene. Let's see, let's see, let's see. We have clover. Let's see what it looks like. Yes. Look at this. Wow, I see some clover here. Some clover there now and there and there and there and there and there and there. And some clover up here. Clover way in the back. There's clover everywhere. Here a clover, there a clover, everywhere a clover, clover. Yep. Look at this. So yes. we can scatter to the new. So you can scatter anything you want to the new ultra scatter terrain. Okay? That is what we have ascertained. So we this scene needs more work. He needs a light on his face. He needs, clothing, or at least some pants, and he needs hair. I don't know if he's got eyebrows. He needs a pose. There's like a lot more to go. I want to put some kind of shed or barn, maybe like have the barn come in and be like just kind of shut off part of this. Like it's part of a farm, of like a homestead or something, where you can see into the barn a little bit, the barn doors, and just have it, maybe this be in front of it all. And this tree might even go, I'm not sure. So I just wanted to have something here. At one point I thought about having a crane, one of those birds, or an ibis bird or something up here, and putting him over here. It's just things have popped in my head here, but I'm not sure how this is going to work. But an outhouse, yeah, well, I have one of them. So, yeah, look at our clover. Look how pretty that looks now. The only thing is the clover's growing up through the leaves, but there is a way to repel and to do the same thing with the clover and these trees and everything in ultra scatter, but I'm not really that good at it, so I've not been able to figure that out yet. So, but there is repel and attract in ultra scatter, or what you can do is you can just select these sections here, select them, and then just scatter to these surfaces. So, well, Crypto, yes, we are. I think we're done for today. So you made it. You made it through the video. It is so nice. I hope that it's nicer. Like, that's okay. The caps are fine. The caps are fine. It helps me keep my eyes open, so I have to open them higher for caps. So, yeah, thank you, people. So I think this guy, he's liking it here. He's found a nice place. He brought a tent. He's going to pitch the tent right here. He's going to hang out for the night, and he's going to he's not your average tent dweller. Yeah, 73. I'm getting there. I'm 61, I think. So at last I checked, I think I'm 61. So yeah, it's that time of the night. So yes, you were, Pat. You were. And it's time to go through and thank everybody for being here. We've got Pat C and Crypto X And let's see. Let me see if I can get back onto this computer. And we have art here. Art. And we had Ted here earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but Ted, well, welcome and thank you for being here. We have Eve, which is our D. Dubovsky. And Anus was here and had to go to bed because I think he lives somewhere where it gets later than it is here. We had Anus here and Angus was here. Kemet, I hope you have been able to stay. Have you tried large buildings? That was a very good. Will you guys remind me about the large buildings? We need to do generate a city with large buildings. That would be fun to do. Okay? So there are city building generators, and I know I own one. I just haven't tried to use it yet, so that would be a fun thing to do. Very fun. Thank you, Kemet. Thank you very, 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 very much. We had Chris Cox here. I don't know if you're still here, Chris, but thank you for checking in with us. It's very, very, very nice to have you here. And then we had Edward Hilder, and he talked about his power supply. Having a 1,500 watt power supply. Very nice. CDJ, I hope you're still here, buddy. Yeah, and I've just got one. I think he said a 3090. Wow. I'm sorry I didn't respond to that. That's very nice. Congrats on that, CDJ. Yeah. You're styling, my friend. Very, very nice. And 3D Madness, 3070. Yeah, you're doing good. 3070, it puts you in with some nice, comfortable video RAM. You can do some nice scenes with that. I worked with much less. And so yes, and Angus is always. He's our resident. Ed London was here too at the very beginning. Is our favorite resident. I think Angus was here for years and years before anybody ever came in, and he was here every single night. And he's probably, I'm sure, he is still here. I've got to go to the bottom of the chat, and he's probably going to say hello. He's our shadow, our friendly ghost who hangs with us. So yes, we had a Noose and Pat. Pat is awesome here, Pat. And 3D Madness. Oh, there's been some really good. CryptoX again, yes, thank you, people. And Eve and Edward. 3D Madness again and CDJ. Yeah, it's awesome. CDJ is now putting out some nice stuff with that 3090. So we're all going to pull together and hopefully you guys will all be able to upgrade and share our stuff, share our art, share this. And this is going to become, there's a Greek word. It's the word poema. And I don't know if anybody knows what a poema is. It's a Greek word, and it is the word poiema, poema. Yeah, I'm 61 and still kicking. So, yeah, a poema. And a poema is it's the Greek word for poem, okay? But it has a different kind of thing where it's kind of like, I think of a poema as like a social gather where everybody is part of the verse and everybody is part. it's a social thing. It's kind of like Woodstock would be like a poema, but it's an art, but poema has to do with like an art poem. Okay? It's like where everybody who comes together is an artist. That's what we have here. This is a poema, and it's a small gathering of right now, but let's hope that we can bring in all kinds of people, and they're all going to have all kinds of interesting stuff to say. And yeah. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. It's my belt sander. I get up in the morning and I change the belts on the belt sander, and I just start drilling away, and this is what comes out. It's just so, but thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me. And look at our render. Look how beautiful this render is. So, and this is only 1,000. It's not even it's 1K. So yeah, it's not a bad render. And Ted, now that the clover is kind of mixed in with the leaves, that's not too bad. It kind of gives the leaves a little bit. It looks a little bit less manicured. So it's not bad. Yeah. And these rocks are beautiful. This is beautiful. This is the beautiful experience we have called Ultra Scenery 2. So thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Eve and Pat and Crypto and Art. Thank you very much, Pat. So much love, people. I will see you. Angus, I haven't heard him come back. He's probably sneaking a little bit of television. He deserves it. He has been holding this channel up single-handedly, like Hercules. So it's very nice to have Angus here. So thank you, people. Have a wonderful night. It's 4 hours, Angus. So I hope he's enjoying whatever he is doing this evening. So take care. I will see you again all soon. All righty. Bye-bye. We're going to play a little bit of music to see us out. All right. This is RexRed, and it's EZ3DTV. Alrighty. Bye-bye. And that was this my repel voice. All right. Good night, everybody. See you soon.